Councillor Linda Little to do the recognition of traditional owners.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, Waka Waka country, and pay my respects to elders past and present.
Thank you, Councillor Little. We have we do have a petition. Item 6.1, a petition, Benin Court Nanengo, and that's on page 7. The officer's recommendation is that the petition be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration and bring a report back to a meeting of council. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, and seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So I just wanted to acknowledge Gary, who is the chief petitioner, and it was to do with the ownership from the current body corporate. It's been received by council requesting council take over the ownership from the current body corporate. So thank you for presenting that petition, and a report will come back to a future council meeting. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 7.1, the minutes of the council meeting held on the 15th of October 2025 on page 23. The officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 15th of October 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? And put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Sorry, I've missed the declaration of interest. That's the CEO's job to remind me. CEO? So sorry, I've missed that. So item 5 is a declaration of interest. So I've got, I think, Councillor Sander, you have a declaration.
So I have 2 declarations, Mayor. The first one is in accordance with section 150 EQ of the Local Government Act 2009, Councillor Heath Sander informed this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 9.3, which is my notice of motion for the container exchange program. The nature of my interest is due to myself and a close associate, being my wife Rowena, having an interest through the contractual arrangements with a different department within COEX. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter, and I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act, where I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on this matter, or must leave this meeting, including any areas set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. I'll ask you to leave the meeting and then we can decide what we want to do with this particular declaration. So what are the thoughts of the meeting? Councillor Hyde?
I'm happy to move a motion that he stay in. I feel his interest in this would be valuable, so I'm happy for him to stay in.
So Councillor Hyde has moved the motion, seconded by Councillor Little. Sorry, I can't see your light, Councillor Little, so sorry. So did you have your light on?
I did. I was just going to say exactly what Councillor Hyde said.
Okay, so any further discussion? Is everyone ready to vote? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. If you could ask Councillor Sander to come back in. So Councillor Sander.
I also have another conflict of interest in accordance to section 150 EL and 150 EM of the Local Government Act 2009. I, Councillor Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 13.3, Community Grants Round 1, 2025-2026 grant applications, and the nature of my interest is due to myself being the President of the Mergen Rotary Club. In accordance with Section 150 EK of the Local Government Act 2009, I will exclude myself from any meeting, discussion or communication in relation to making of a decision on this matter, and I propose to leave and stay away from the place where this meeting is being held while this matter is being discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. So, just so you know that the vote for the first one was in favour for you to stay in the meeting, and obviously the second one you're just going to leave of your own accord. So, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with S150EL and the 150EM of the Local Government Act 2009, I, Councillor Jane Erkins, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 17.3, request to waive water consumption charges on assessment 20117. The nature of my interest is due to myself having an interest in the property that is under consideration in accordance with S150 EK of the Local Government Act 2009. I will exclude myself from any meeting, discussion or communication in relation to make a decision on this matter. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while the matter is discussed and voted.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Are there any other petitions or any other conflicts? So if not, we'll move on to item 7.2, the minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 18th of September 2025 on page 53. The officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 18th of September 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? If not, I'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So moving on to item 7.3, minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 2nd of October 2025 on page 61. The officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the Corporate Risk and Audit Advisory Committee meeting held on the 2nd of October 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So item 8, mayoral minute, there is nil. Item 9, notices of motion. 9.1 is on page 69. And that one there is a notice of motion, investigate land for wildlife, and I'll hand over to Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move a motion that the South Bennett Regional Council investigate a land for wildlife program, point 1, point 2, on what would be required for delivery of the program by way of a new environmental officer position to support landholders and community involved in protecting the environment and the financial implications it would mean for council. I'd like to move that one, Madam Mayor. Do I speak now?
We need a seconder. And we've got seconded by Councillor Erkins. So moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. So yes, you can speak. Thank you.
So I know through council chambers over the last few years we've actually talked about land for wildlife, and I think, Mayor, you're even involved with meetings with regards to South East Queensland, but we were unable to join in with that particular group that got government funding for that one. And I would like to investigate what it would cost us or whether there's even government funding available to join in with that program. I think people have to realise that this is something that not every landholder will want, but it's done by choice. So you ring the environmental officer and they'll come and they will help you work through your land and your issues that you have on your land. It's not something that suddenly they're being bullied and going on to every property. It's a choice that the property owners make. But, you know, as a councillor, I think we need to just investigate and look into it and see what the financial implications are. Because if we can't get the government funding, it would be the the price would probably be well and truly over the 100,000, I'm thinking, for council. So, but I would like to investigate just to see what we can do, if we can do it, and what the costs would be. It's just an investigation.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I agree, because I've had, particularly in Blackbutt, they wanting to have a land for wildlife program, and I thought that it may be able to be community driven, but that particular program is council driven. We have to employ a staff member, I believe. So I honestly think that it is the way forward to at least understand what it looks like and what it would cost council, then we can make an informed decision. Councillor Erkins.
Okay. I'd like to speak in support of the council investigating the costs and requirements for implementing a land for wildlife program in our region. Having worked in real estate for almost 40 years, I've come to know our landowners very well. Most of them genuinely care about their properties, their local environment and the wildlife that they share it with. What they need is guidance, support and recognition, not criticism or red tape. The Land for Wildlife program is a voluntary initiative that encourages landholders to protect and enhance native vegetation and habitat on their own land. It's about partnership, not enforcement. It gives people the tools and confidence to make a positive environmental difference while still managing their land productively. By investigating this program, council can determine what's involved, the costs, the potential benefits, and how it could align with our environmental and community goals. It's a practical step that shows we're serious about sustainability and about working with, not against, our community. This program has proven successful in many other regions, improving biodiversity, supporting wildlife corridors, and building stronger relationships between councils and residents. So today, I'm not asking that we commit to the program immediately, only that we take responsible steps of investigating it properly. Let's look at the facts, consult with our community, and see how we can support both our landowners and our environment for the long term. And I'd like to add on to that the fact that we unfairly got so much criticism from some residents about something that we had absolutely no control over, and then speaking especially, as the Mayor mentioned, with the residents in Division 2, and down there they're very passionate. I know we have people here in the gallery today who are also very passionate about the environment and our wildlife. So I really support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other comments, discussion, questions? Councillor Sander.
Yeah, I just want to know if people are so passionate about the wildlife, why aren't they doing it now? Like, why do they need a program to actually help tell them to do it when they're not doing it now?
Councillor Potter, did you want to answer that?
What this program does is, if a landholder decides that they want to work in this program, they actually get the environmental officer to come on site, and the environmental officer will look at their property, they'll look at everything they do on their property, and they will help them with the sorting out the weeds, how to get rid of certain weeds better than just using poisons. They'll also talk about what areas they should keep and what areas, you know, if that's what they're looking at, what areas to keep and what areas they can farm on. It just helps the landholder, it helps the community, and it helps the wildlife. And as I said, it's a choice, you know, and it really does fall in line with our operational and our operational and our community plans and corporate plans. So, in protecting our wildlife.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins.
I think, Councillor Sanders, a lot of people do. If you, especially, as I said, you go down to Blackbutt and talk to the community down there, there are many people that already are doing what they can for the environment and for their properties. But the thing with this is it allows people to actually get the correct information and to do things that are in line with what is best for the environment, for the community. And you only have to look at, while I am very critical about some of the feedback we've got on the land clearing, that we had no jurisdiction over. You only have to look at how many people went to that, good people who really care about their environment. And, you know, I believe that people now, you know, gone are the days where if it moves, shoot it, and if it doesn't, chop it down. You know, people want to see, you know, our land used for good. They want to see things. They want to look after the community. We're not saying that farmers can't still farm, but what we're saying is those who want to do it, and you only have to look, there are a number of people now who are farming, and they're farming with the environment in mind. You know, they're not using chemicals, they're using different ways, modern ways that help save our environment. We're not saying let's do it tomorrow. We're saying let's investigate it and see what we can do to help our community and make a better place for our kids and our grandkids and future generations to live in.
Thank you, Councillor Sander.
I agree with all that and those statements, but I mean, why, if people are doing it and can do it now, then why should we have to fund $100,000 from the ratepayers to actually?
So I think
Yeah,
that
but-
it's just to investigate. We don't know what it's going to cost, and we don't know really I don't know enough about it to make a decision today.
Yeah, I can't support it, but it's just, I just don't agree with it, because farmers have got enough at the moment. There's stuff going on with farmers in the state, and now we're just trying to add more implications to it.
So we've got the manager of planning, Simon, wants to speak.
If I just may, Madam Mayor, through you, I am a member of that scheme voluntarily down within my home in Brisbane City Council area on acreage. It has been an excellent scheme. I've belonged to it for 4 or 5 years. I am regularly updated. I am invited to regular meetings, and it is very, if I may, very flexible. It understands things like we have to manage bushfires, we have to think about trees, we have to think about wildlife, but it's a sensible approach. Certainly my experience of how it's been handled by Brisbane City Council. That's all I think I can say, but I've found it a very acceptable scheme, and all of my neighbours have too, because we don't feel we're being forced to do anything that we're not happy with.
Thank you, Manager Simon. Councillor Little.
I was just going to say, in my division, Division 2, around Blackbutt, Banarkin in particular, and also the Bunya Mountains, my residents and ratepayers there are very much committed to protecting the environment and in protecting wildlife. So we're just doing an investigation, Councillor Sander. It's an investigation to see. It will come to another meeting and then we can decide. So I really don't quite understand your stance there. But farmers, people who don't want to be involved do not have to be involved. As Simon just said, it is completely voluntary. But there are so many people within the whole region who would just like some guidance, especially new people who come up from the city. They don't know what they should be keeping, what they shouldn't be, how they can encourage wildlife to come onto their properties. You know, there's been so much land clearing that's gone on that I think an investigation into this is the most responsible thing that we can do.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other comments, questions, discussion? Everyone ready to vote? Councillor Potter, did you want to exercise your right? You're all happy? Okay, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? The vote is carried. 6 votes to 1. And Councillor Sander voted against that one. So we're moving on to item 9.2 on page 70, and that's a notice of motion from Councillor Sander. Thank you. Councillor Sander, were you going to withdraw this one?
Mayor, this this repair was carried out yesterday and completed,
So
so I can withdraw it from the meeting.
okay, so Councillor Sander has withdrawn the notice of motion, repair and or replace fire hydrant taps at Mergen Fire Station because that was completed yesterday. Okay, so we're moving on to 9.3, notice of motion container exchange program. on page 71. And that one again is Councillor Sander.
So I give this notice of motion to the council because there had been multiple calls for recycling points throughout the CBDs in most towns, and we'd investigated that, and COEX has actually offered a partnership where they can provide the actual container refund points or the collection cages and they can be affixed to the current bins.
Sorry, Councillor Sander, would you just be able to move the actual wording of the motion, and I'll ask for a second and then you can speak to it.
I move the motion that the South Burnett Regional Council accepts the offer from Container Exchange Program to install public space infrastructure. Dot point 1, to partner with COEX to supply recycling cages, and the South Burnett Regional Council install the recycling cages to existing infrastructure in each town CBD to allow recycling for the community. Dot point 2, in addition to recycling cages, that the South Burnett Regional Council provide 600 litre bins as a trial for recycling at each staffed landfill site.
Thank you. Someone to second that, Councillor Potter. So sorry, you can speak to your motion. Thank you.
Move this motion because over the past 12 months that I've seen people like community groups, and we're trying to reduce the landfill going into each landfill site, and I believe this is a way that it can be achieved a little bit in helping with that. That these containers just fix to the side of the existing infrastructure in each town, and then it allows less waste going into the current waste stream.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
Yep, I'd like to thank Councillor Sander for bringing this one forward, because this is one that, I mean, we looked at it at LGAQ last year, so I'm really glad that he's brought this one forward, because I feel this is really important. Plus, it'll actually help people, because we have people that go around going into the bins and you never know what's in those bins. So this is actually going to make it safer for all. And then anyone can take those containers, anyone in particular can come along, take the containers out and exchange them. So it's first in, first served, if I remember rightly, Councillor.
So that was, I was there when we talked about it at LGAQ, and I think it is a wonderful initiative. The only thing was that the 600 litres bins was at a cost to council. So I guess the question is, do we have the resources to fund that? I'm not sure what the cost was to put those 600 litre bins at the transfer stations. So you think it's not a huge cost? Okay, that's fine. Councillor, I think we had Councillor Little might have been the next one with the light on.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that what we're talking about is your plastic bottles, your cans, your milk carton type, that type of recycling is what we're talking about going into these bins. I don't think it was quite clarified within that. People may not know. And yeah, I think it's a great idea. I know that people in my division and a lot of the community groups actually use the Containers for Change system to help fundraise for activities throughout the year. So I'm fully on board with council going ahead and doing this.
Thank you. Councillor Height.
Yes, like most people, I'm fully supportive of recycling, and I've read the information. I think it's great, but I would like the wording to be changed to investigate, because I still feel there's some information we need to know. The costings on the installation, they need to be regularly emptied and cleaned, and because they're mesh, if you put a half-empty can of Coke on it, it's going to spill on the footpath. Footpaths are going to have to be regularly cleaned. If they're not emptied, we're going to have to empty them. All of those costings. So I'd like a report to come back to council with all the facts and figures, and how they'd be installed. So I can't support it as is, but I'm supportive of recycling and would like a proper report.
So did
with
you want to
costings.
move an amendment?
Yes, I'd like to do that, that we investigate the offer from Containers and Change. That probably covers it, really.
So councillor Hyde has moved an amendment, unless the only other thing that could change it is if the mover and seconder were happy to just insert, like to make it an investigation. Otherwise, we'll make it as a separate amendment. So councillor Sander? No, okay, so that's fine. So councillor Hyde has moved an amendment, so we just need the wording.
So, Mayor, it'd be the exact same resolution, but South Burnett Regional Council investigates the offer.
Yep.
And so remove accept and insert investigate. So Danielle will just copy the whole thing and put it in as an amendment and change from there.
Someone
So the
just-
amendment gets
We've got to get
debated
someone
and
to
then
s-
go back to the...
Second,
I'll
we've got,
second
councillor Erkins. So did you want to speak to the amendment?
I've probably already
Yes,
clarified
okay.
it. I just want more information. It's probably the fact that an extra cost. I mean, I'd love to, it says here about having cages at staffed landfills. I'd like them at all the transfer stations, but that's probably part of the investigation, because certainly when I go to a transfer station, I would like to separate my rubbish into landfill and recycling, but of course that's the cost, because then it's got to be picked up. But we definitely need to go down the track of recycling, and I'm fully supportive. I don't want to sort of accept something without all the facts.
So, thank you, councillor Hyde. I think that is a flaw in the wording, because it should be, I would have thought it was meant to be the transfer stations, not the staff landfill. Because the landfill, customers don't go to the landfill, it's only the transfer stations.
Oh,
Is that correct?
I only put the staff landfills in there because I didn't want the extra expense of having to go and collect the other ones, like the staff ones they can notify or whatever when it needs doing. So I didn't want to add a huge expense to the whole thing by doing it at all.
Oh, okay. So that was
So I only did the
intentional.
staff ones because that way it doesn't create any extra cost to council.
can I just have clarification? What's a staff landfill compared to, is that like the
Oh, just-
Nanango tip?
General Manager Aaron.
Yeah, through the mayor, so I believe the intent, we would call a landfill, say Kingaroy landfill, Mergen, so your major towns that are staffed with a weighbridge.
Oh, yeah,
Transfer
yeah,
station
okay.
is something that we would carry the waste from. So the way I take that resolution is we would be installing them at Mergen, Nanango, Kingaroy, and Wandai.
Oh, I got you. So that would be the actual, give the community an opportunity to put their waste in. Yep, okay. Councillor, who was next? Councillor Erkins? Oh, no, Councillor Deneen, sorry. You've had your light on for a while.
General Manager Aaron just answered my question, so thanks.
Okay, awesome. So Councillor Erkins?
Probably one of the things that I would like to ask, I know at the bins, at the parks and in town, I know that if you actually sit or have an office near one of those bins, every day people are coming and taking the the cans and whatever out of there. So I'd like to actually know, I wonder how much from those public bins actually have those cans and refundable bottles in, because I feel that they are picked up. I have no objection to the cages, because apparently that wasn't going to cost anything, but as Councillor Hyde said, somebody's still got to go and put them in, and somebody's got to come and keep them clean. But to me, it would be more beneficial to people who don't drop their cans into the thing, and when they don't have a rubbish pickup, so all their rubbish, they've got it. I mean, you go to my son's house and he's got baskets for this and baskets for that and baskets for something else, and they go and take it to recyclable places, but some people don't. They don't get a rubbish pickup. They just go to the tip. It would be nice to think that we did have somewhere that they could do their recycling, but again, how much is that going to cost? I think it's probably would be a very worthwhile thing, but I think it's something we don't need to go into without actually finding how much it's going to cost, which is why I really support that we You know, look, it's the same as the one we just voted on before and debated on before. If we are going to get into something, we've got to make sure that if somebody is doing their recycling and somebody is not, you can't have everyone paying for everything. So investigate the cost, I believe.
Okay, so that's a speaker in favour of the amendment. So, Councillor, are you going to exercise your right, or do you want to ask a question, or are you making
Actually
another?
wanted to just make a comment. If anyone else wants to speak first.
Well, we need to have the others speak first, probably, and then you can have your right of reply. Any other comments, questions? Okay, so, Councillor, are you Councillor Potter? You seem upset,
happy?
distressed. You're happy?
Are you distressed? Are you?
Okay, now that you mention it, I really think I'd love to actually split this, because I do understand the investigation for the chips and everything like that, but I really would love to get these mesh baskets onto our bins now. I don't think we'll ever have an issue with them never being emptied, because there are always people going around, and because this is part of their income actually. So I would really love to get these mesh baskets out and onto our bins, especially before we're coming up to Christmas. We have people that use our parks all the time. So our bins, it's better for our bins, it's better for our environment, and it's better for our people within our community and our community groups that are actually going to use them as part of, their fundraising, anything like that. So I'd actually really love to see this one split, and I'd love to see the baskets being done now before Christmas.
So just going to ask.
Sorry, the
CEO
Mayor just
Mark,
asked
the
me
process,
if
we
it could be amended. You can only deal with one resolution or amendment at a time. So the current amendment has been moved and seconded, being dealt with. If there was any other further changes, depending on what happens, whatever is adopted or not adopted, then that becomes the substantive resolution. So that could be re-amended, or could be moved to be amended.
Or what about a
again.
foreshadowed motion?
Well, yeah, well, it wouldn't really be foreshadowed if you're just going to split the two parts out, because it's foreshadowing is an alternative or a resolution motion that doesn't carry the same intent. So the intent is the same, it's just how it's formatted. So yeah,
Okay.
if we deal with this amendment, Mayor, and then we see what comes next.
So we're dealing with this amendment at this point. So, Councillor Dineen.
Just coincidentally, thank you very much, Councillor Potter, for this morning on my walk up Fisher Street, I went past the bin, there was 2 cans sitting there, the car park, I picked them up, I thought, gosh, I wish we had those baskets there now, and I think that this is a really good idea to split the motion, because I'd like to get onto the basket thing straight away. So thank you.
Okay, so I'll ask Councillor Height to exercise her right of reply for the amendment.
It was actually more a comment, because as part of this, and I would like to commend the Bacon Fest organisers, because when I left Bacon Fest, they had, I'm not sure who they were, I think they might have been the Scouts or Guides or somebody, going through the rubbish bins with plastic gloves on, separating the recyclables. Now, often events is when people do have a lot of soft drinks or beers or whatever, and so as part of the investigation, I would love it to be that when people want an event, you've got to do the same thing. I will just mention that the running festival in Wondai that I'm involved in, we actually get the containers for change to bring baskets. So all of the rubbish, all the soft drinks is separated. So I would like it that as well as in the town bins or the rubbish bins, that events are actually, there's a bit of pressure put on events to make sure they don't just chuck everything into a skip bin, but they recycle and they do it was probably good for the Scouts. I'm sure they made a bit of money, and the same as with the Wondai Running Festival, all the recyclables go to Relay for Life, and we usually, donate a couple of $100 because of those. So I'd like that as part of the investigation to look at events and how we can make it better. But I would like to, I know people, Danita's, Councillor Potter's very keen to make this happen. I'd like this investigation to come back next month. That's less than 4 weeks. let's move on this, because I don't think there's a huge amount of investigating to be done. I don't want to put this on the back burner and be dragged on forever. I'd just like an investigation. Maybe we can include events in it.
If that's the case, then you need to put the wording in there to say a report back, be brought back to the next council meeting, so that way.
Okay, can I change the motion to be investigate and return, hang on, where is it? Investigate the offer to install public space infrastructure and report at the next council meeting.
Yep.
Who seconded that?
So
Councillor Atkins,
are you
second
happy with that wording? Yeah, okay.
In fact, I don't care if it comes to a workshop in 2 weeks. Does it need to come to a council meeting? It does, okay.
Can I just say, I know that we're trying to hurry it through so we get it done, but regardless of whether we okayed it today, coming up to Christmas, you'd probably find we wouldn't get it in. Even if we okayed it, they wouldn't be able to get it up. I'd be very surprised if they could get it up and get it done before Christmas. I mean, people are on a go slow now.
Oh, no, I wouldn't have thought. I think the LJQ, when we were there, they were keen. They were just keen to get it happening. I don't think it'd be an issue having it before Christmas, but anyway, so Councillor Hyde has exercised her right of reply. All right, so are we ready to vote? So this one is to investigate and report back to the next council meeting, and so that's the motion on the books. It's been moved by Councillor Hyde and seconded by Councillor Potter. So, sorry, Councillor Atkins, yep. Okay, so are we ready to vote? So put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Councillor Sander. So the amendment has been accepted, and now it's been accepted, and now it becomes the motion. So then we have it's the same movers. So
Thanks, Mayor. So now the amendment becomes a resolution, so you go back. So the amended resolution is the substantive resolution. So what you just adopted is what's being discussed now. So it's the investigate and report back at the next meeting version of the resolution.
But do we ask for movers and seconds again, or is it just the same ones?
No. It's actually, believe it or not, and this is a long story which I won't bore you with now, the original move is still maintained. So Councillor Sander and Councillor Potter are still logged as the original movers.
So now this motion is your motion again. That's
correct, because it's an amended, so anyway, yeah, it's a long, complicated, which we've been through a few times, but it will take too long today. But yeah, it's not, so if you're talking about a right of reply, the right of reply ends up with Councillor Sander.
So, Councillor Sander, you moved this, so you can open the debate on the motion. You don't want to speak to it? Okay, so does anyone want to speak to this particular one? We're all across it. Ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the motion has been carried 6 votes to 1, with Councillor Sander voting against it. Right, thank you. So now we're moving on to the next item, which is the 9.4 on page 81. So this one here is, there's been some changes, and the item, the motion is, that item 14.2 be brought forward to be discussed in conjunction with item 9.4. So that's a procedural motion?
Yes, please, Mayor. And then that way we can deal with both of these together. And there's also suggested wording, Danielle, have you got that? About how to deal with both of these together. I sent it through yesterday afternoon. Did you get that one? No? I can send it again. So if we do the procedural motion, Mayor, because 14.2 and 9.4 all deal with the same issue.
Okay. So would someone move a procedural motion? Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Janine, that item 14.2 be brought forward to be discussed in conjunction with item 9.4. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, so we're just waiting for some wording for this combined motion.
Yeah, well, just Danielle's getting that up on the screen. Now, this is just a suggested alternative, given that there is discussion about which streams and where the grants can be put to. So you've got the original recommendations for both 9.4 and 14.2. It's suggested that if we amalgamate 9.4 and 14.2 into one application to the Resource Recovery Boost Fund and stream Fund Round 1, Stream 2, and a report on this application be brought to the December ordinary meeting of Council. And then that way both of those elements can be all folded together and put into the one submission.
Yes, that's right. So, Councillor Little, while we're getting this up, did you want to speak to it? Because you were the initial mover of the notice of motion to at least get the one with the tyre mulching and recycling. And the idea now is to combine with Manager Jennifer's suggestion of having the other recycling project as to put them both together in round 2. So would you like to speak to your tyre recycling
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
section?
Yeah, so the reason for the motion was that going through some emails that had been sent, I saw that there was an opportunity for funding for the Resource Recovery Boost Fund. And just having a very quick look through it, I thought that round 2 would be something that we could apply for. It's not round 2, it's round 1.
It's actually stream 2.
Stream 2, yes, sorry. Tyres are a big issue in just about every council area. People dump them, they just fill up our landfills and our waste transfer stations, and we have to deal with them, and it's a very expensive thing to deal with. So I just thought that we could possibly use this Resource Recovery Boost Fund to build a tyre mulching and recycling centre within the South Burnett, with the long-term view of producing softball products used in playgrounds, childcare centres and other uses as deemed suitable, and get support from our close other councils as well. This is in line with both the corporate plan and operational plan and has an opportunity to reduce landfill waste. This will have environmental and economic benefits for the South Burnett Regional Council, as tyres are a major environmental problem which take years to decompose. This will promote circular economy and shows that the SBRC has a commitment to sustainability and reusing resources. And the hope is that it would reduce illegal dumping, reduce landfill costs and create jobs and skills in our local area. So that was the reason why I put this motion forward.
Thank you. So then
We haven't had a mover and seconder, I don't think.
If I may, which one do you want to do the put both of them
So
together
we
and
want to
bring
put
back,
the- yeah,
or
we
do
want to
we want to
move-
move with the original
we
motion?
want to move with the 2 together, but we can't.
Yes,
until we,
I'm happy to move
yeah,
it.
until we get the wording
to
up.
join them.
We just want to get the wording up. Yeah.
So the more money we can get, the better, and just create that one project as a circular economy project would be really good.
Okay, so the motion is that items 9.4 and 14.2 be amalgamated to form one application to the Resource Recovery Boost Fund Round 1, Stream 2, and a report on this application be brought to the December ordinary meeting of Council. So would you like to move that one, Councillor Little?
Yes, please, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Potter has seconded that. So Councillor Little, I think you've pretty much covered off on that one. Did you, is Manager Jennifer's not here? Oh yes, Manager Jennifer, if you'd just like to speak to the second component of that motion, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've just had a quick analysis of the different waste streams that are coming into the transfer stations and into the waste facility stations that we have, and we feel that dealing with construction, demolition waste and commercial industrial waste would also be a really high value product. So one of the key outcomes we're looking for is to obviously start sorting our waste and creating a better feedstock at the end of that sorting process, so then we can divert it out of landfill and into other opportunities such as anaerobic digester, biochar, or whatever technology is, I guess, most viable. But certainly the first stage in entering, I guess, into that fray of circularisation is sorting waste, whether it be the tyres or those other waste streams. And so we're happy to bring a report back in December that I guess outlines the project and what it would look like financially.
Thank you, Manager Jennifer. Councillor Hyde.
Can I do, it's probably a matter of clarification. So fully supportive, I love the tyre recycling idea, but both stream 1 and stream 2, it's 40 or 50% council has to fund. So I'm not prepared to vote on it unless I know some figures. But I think that's, so if it's coming back to the December meeting, we're not actually making a decision here. Yep, okay, happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Any other questions? Everyone ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to the divisional councillor updates. So I will begin. Wearing some blue to support men's mental health and for the fight against prostate cancer. Last month we pinked up, and this month it is Movember and a blue month to raise awareness and funds for these causes. It is wonderful to see the beautiful rain across our region, but there has also been some severe storms. Just a reminder to everyone to be disaster ready because we know what is around the corner. Council continues to roll out a huge flood repair program on our road network. This funding is through the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and it is a long process to get the approvals before we can permanently repair some roads. In the interim, sometimes because the road is not safe or trafficable, we have been doing temporary works or holding works. We are now putting core flutes up where we have done holding works so that everyone knows that there will be further works on these roads once the approval process goes through. I am pleased that Council has been able to save money by not buying commercial Christmas decorations this year, but instead we have purchased red tulle and the staff have tied it in bows. We'll be working with community groups to place around 160 red bows across the region. Councillors have also been working with some of the men's sheds, and they have made wooden Christmas trees for the community groups, schools and individuals to decorate and place either in the CBD streets or in prominent places in our towns and villages. CEO Mark and his wife Nicola have generously sponsored the Christmas lights competition again this year. There are 3 categories, including Santa's Workshop for businesses, Santa Claus Lane for lighting up your street, and Christmas Cottage for individual houses. Entries close at 4:30 p.m. on December the 4th. Entry forms are available online on Council's website. Please don't forget to grab your tickets for the Mayor's Christmas Luncheon. It is on Friday, the 5th of December. All funds raised will go towards vouchers to help struggling families over the Christmas period. We've had some wonderful support for this event, and thank you to Helen from Executive Services for putting it all together. Tickets are available at any customer service centre or online through Bookable. In closing, I'd like to thank us and my fellow councillors for your continued support. Thank you. I now ask Councillor Jane Erkins to give the Division 1 update.
Thank you. Over the past month, I've had the pleasure of attending many events and connecting with residents across our region. It's been a busy time with both moments of joy and some sadness along the way. I really enjoyed attending the Mergen Music Muster with Councillor Heath and the Comedy Night in Blackbutt with Councillor Linda. Both with fantastic events, and it was wonderful to meet people from other divisions and hear their thoughts and ideas. It's also been a fairly sad month, as I've attended 2 funerals and have another 3 coming up. My thoughts are with the family and friends who are grieving at this time. We've experienced some significant rainfall across the region recently. I know many residents are frustrated with the condition of our roads, and I want to assure everyone that we're working hard to get repairs underway as soon as possible, and I want to thank our staff for that. On a brighter note, the ABC Piano Show, which showcases talented pianists from across the state, has a special connection to us. We were fortunate to receive a donated piano from that program, and we recently held a fabulous concert at the Information Centre. It was very well attended and truly highlighted some of the fabulous musical talent we have here in the South Burnett. That same day, we held our shared dinner, which was originally planned for the grounds of Ringsfield House. Unfortunately, a massive hailstorm rolled in. Hail was falling everywhere, and I was caught standing out in the gardens. I thought we've got no choice but to cancel. But to my surprise, people kept arriving despite the weather. With no power and around 100 guests, we moved everyone inside Ringsfield House, and what an incredible night it turned out to be. A huge thank you to Karen Hibble-Shepherd for donating Miss Reflections, and to everyone who supported the event. Thanks to some spirited bidding, a great turnout, and a popular raffle, we raised $5,306 for the McGrath Foundation. I'm so grateful to everyone who braved the storm, helped on the night, came back the next day to clean up and pack away tables and chairs. Remembrance Day was also very well attended, and I was honoured to lay a wreath on behalf of the Nanango community. Of course, Melbourne Cup Day is always a highlight, and Nanango certainly knows how to celebrate. I attended the RSL where some fabulous outfits were on display. Before the Cup Day, the ladies of the auxiliary hosted their bingo, and they had Wear Your Favourite Race Outfit, which was a wonderful event. Some of these outfits would easily have competed in the fashions on the field. I've also been meeting with several local organisations, including the Rugby League, the Nanango Sporting Association, and the South Burnett Western Performance Club. These meetings are always a valuable opportunity to hear directly from our community groups and discuss how we can continue to support their efforts. Firstly, I want to say to residents, please don't ever feel you're disturbing me when you come up to ask a question or raise a concern. So many people come up and say, oh, look, I'm really sorry, Jane, but I'm always happy to listen and take on your issues. If there's anything I can do to assist, I'm more than willing to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'll ask for Councillor Linda Little to give the Division 2 update.
Good morning, everybody in the room and watching online. Well, it's been another very busy month with lots of invitations to attend meetings and events throughout our region. On the 16th of October, I attended an award ceremony where a group of exceptional rural firefighters were acknowledged for their bravery and skill in assisting and saving the life of a fellow rural firefighter. Thank you to the award recipients for all you do to keep us safe when bushfires are raging around us. The Blackbutt District Tourism and Heritage Association held an Elvis tribute night on the 18th of October. This was a great night of entertainment, and their last fundraiser for the year will be held on November 28 with a lunch with Langer function. I'm looking forward to attending this event as well. The Blackbutt Banarakan Aged Care Comedy for a Cause night was a little different to what was advertised. Due to the severe storms and hail, the comedians cancelled at the last minute, and it was a bit too late to cancel the whole night. So it was okay though, as we had a very special guest appearance by the very entertaining and amazing Dame Edna, aka Mayor Duff. So it was a little disappointing that the comedians decided not to come, But everyone who had tickets for the night stayed, enjoyed the night, and we really did have a lot of fun, a lot of laughs, and it was a great night. So the comedians have committed to coming back next year on February 14th, and all of those that had already purchased tickets for the night will get free entry into that evening. But we're very happy to sell more tickets to those who want to come and have a great night down in Blackbutt. Recently, our Southern Roads crew completed a bitumen and curbing project at Morris Street, Blackbutt. This project has been a long time coming, and everyone who lives on Morris Street is really happy with the end result. So much so that they will be hosting a bitumen party this Saturday to celebrate the fact that they finally now have a bitumen road. So they've also have given me feedback and have been overwhelmingly positive about the quality of the work, the absolute friendliness and goodwill of the men who did the work, and how quickly it was completed. This project was funded through the Works for Queensland funding, and we thank the Queensland Government for continuing this vital funding for divisional projects. The festive season is upon us, and the Lions Club of Blackbutt Moonarken are hosting events for the whole community. On the 2nd of December, we have our free over 60s lunch. That is held at the Memorial Hall and is from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's limited to the first 120 who contact us and apply for this lunch, and we're very close to being at capacity there. On December 5th, there's a free community Christmas festival with a special Christmas spectacular by the South Burnett Performing Arts Academy. This is again held at the Memorial Hall on the inside and outside areas, 5 p.m. to 8:30. And the Lions Club are also taking donations of non-perishable food for their annual Loads of Love Christmas Hampers appeal. These hampers are distributed to those doing it tough, and if you know of anyone who needs assistance, please contact me or contact the Lions Club directly. As always, thank you to all the staff who work for South Burnett Regional Council. I appreciate all you do for me in Division 2, and I appreciate how much you make this region beautiful and livable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Linda. Call on Councillor Potter to give the Division 3 update. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors and everyone online and in the room. Over the last month, we've had the pleasure of attending many of the school presentations and award nights, along with the showing of their many other talents, including all the different forms of art they can do. This has been truly wonderful seeing, and I feel a sense of positivity for our future and our future generations, as I know it is in incredible hands, and even as we speak, the Kingaroy State High School is doing their Year 12 graduation. And congratulations to all Year 12s throughout the South Burnett who are graduating, and I look forward to your futures and seeing where they take you. We have also seen an incredible community and how it's pulled together and raised over $26,000. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. This is all for the McGrath Foundation, and we are hoping to work our magic when we have a meeting with the McGrath Foundation in January. So we are actually asking all for letters of support, whether it's a personal letter of support, whether you're from a community organisation or business. We would like these letters to be made out to the McGrath Foundation in support of a cancer care nurse for our area. So letters from you, and also in your letter, write what it would mean to you and also to your community group or the community as a whole. Please bring them into the office, into any council office, and they'll forward them through to us, or please email them. You could email them through to us as well. So please, send in those letters of support, because we've got a one-on-one with the McGrath Foundation. And if we could get those letters of support before Christmas for the McGrath Foundation or Cancer Care Nurse, that would be wonderful. And then when we go down to Sydney and meet with them, we can actually hand them over and have our discussion with them. Kingaroy Art Gallery got their pop-up shop opening this Saturday. So if you're not sure what you're getting someone for Christmas, pop on down to the pop-up shop down there opposite the peanut silos, right beside the Visitor Information Centre and the museum. The Kingaroy Christmas Carnival is on Thursday, the 11th of December as well. So make sure you put that one in your diaries. The council and community groups, along with the high schools in the South Burnett Regional Council areas, are all working on the funding received from Queensland Health, which will see buses to Farm Fest, along with an iron and clay concert for all year 11 and 12 students for next year. Very much looking forward to this. I'd also like to congratulate the SES who are celebrating 50 years this year, and this is just one of the many organisations that's also in need of volunteers. So if you have ever thought of helping your community, pop down to your local SES or give them a call. This is a very worthwhile cause. The South Burnett Partnerships for Kids, we're having a meeting tomorrow night here in Chambers. If you ever looked at the Australian Early Development Census data, which is done every 3 years, or if you're wanting to delve deeper into the understanding of that particular data, please let me know, because we've got a meeting here at 3:30 at Council Chambers tomorrow, which will be discussing the data and where the South Burnett sits in the field against Queensland and Australia. And I'm going to tell you now that we don't sit very well in that. And it's very important for us as a community to know, because it takes a village to raise a child, and we need the village. The South Burnett Community Orchestra have from stars to serenades from 6:30 on Saturday the 29th of November at the Kingaroy Town Hall. So show your support and book your ticket via the Facebook page and via Try Booking. Jess, did I get that right? Look, I know I've not mentioned everything that we have done or everything that's happened. It's such a busy time. We only get 400 words. I was going to say that's it for me, but there's always a but, isn't there? I would like to add a few extra words by saying thank you to our council staff for their hard work. Thank you to all of our community members, our community groups, our individuals for doing what you do in our community. You are all truly amazing.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I'll call on Councillor Deneen to give the Division 4 update.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to do this. We've had an interesting month, as always. It is a privilege to be a councillor in the South Burnett Regional Council. The Mayor and I had a nice chat to the Honourable Anne Lay, Minister for Local Government, Water, and the Minister for Fire, Disaster Recovery and Volunteers regarding water allocations, which is vital for our region and especially with our growing industries. So that was very interesting. I'm so delighted to see the little kick around the power pole on Fisher Street, because it has made a big difference to people who are in mobility scooters, with prams. Even I saw a lady walking up there with an umbrella and she didn't have to put it down. It's great. And our staff did that so well and so quickly and so cost effectively. I've had an opportunity recently to speak to Tanya Smith and give her feedback for the Queensland Walks about the opportunities and concerns around walking in our region. And that's those sort of things are so important, and we need to keep our people healthier, and Tanya is definitely doing that. Last weekend we had a community consultation at Apex Park on Fisher Street about the new piece of equipment that's going to be installed there. It's a great park. We didn't have a lot of people come to the community consultation, but there were so many people there. We walked around and spoke to them, and they all gave us feedback when we were there. They were having birthday parties and get-togethers, and it was just brilliant. That's such a lovely park, another one of our assets. The St John Lutheran School, we attended the celebration of learning there a couple of nights ago, which was just beautiful. And as previous councillors have said, our young people in the region are just amazing, and we have such a great future with them at the helm. A privilege to chair the Biosecurity Advisory Committee, which had attendance from adjoining councils and some key people in the industry, plus local industry groups. So thank you very much to Manager Leanne for all her assistance in that. The Christmas lights competition entries, please enter that, because I love going to them. I love taking my grandchildren around. I love taking my mum around. So to have that list, and there's prizes. So we have, we're very lucky to have that sort of continuing on and to celebrate Christmas. I love our bows. Good on everyone that helped with that. It's going to be fantastic. And our Christmas trees that the men's shed have come up with, and joint projects. We're trying to be a back to basics council, as Mayor Duff has said quite frequently, and those are really cost-effective ways to enjoy the festive season. Remembrance Day with Councillor Potter was another very special day, so thank you very much to those who help organise and honour our veterans. Coming up, we have Nanango Races, 13th of December, a great place to have a Christmas party, and congratulations to Cumbia for their wonderful Melbourne Cup race meeting. It was kind of interesting. Probably the two most important politicians in the land, Deb Frecklington and David Christofouli, and there was lots of security, but there were so many cameras. I don't believe they were there for either of those dignitaries. I think they were there for maybe Farmer Wants a Wife, might have been floating around. So it was just fascinating to see. And thank you very much to my fellow councillors and our wonderful staff. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. I'll call on Councillor Sander for Division 5 update.
Good morning, everybody. Across Division 5 over recent weeks, we've received a decent amount of rainfall in certain areas, and other areas still haven't received any. Some areas have had the wind and the hail and the damage, which we don't like to see, with some people receiving some damage to their property and homes. I would like to thank those residents who keep us informed about trees and other objects that have fallen during these events, so our road crews can attend and maintain the safety of our road users. With the rain and warmer weather, the grass is starting to grow, so people will see the slashes out. Please be mindful when approaching these guys that you keep the safe distance. Traffic control will be in place, but just maintain your safety around that equipment. Our parks and gardens crews will be busy trying to keep up with the huge areas across the region that they maintain. It's good to see the South Burnett Regional Council now has a dedicated cemetery team, and this will reduce the pressure on the parks and gardens teams over the high service period when everyone's going on holidays. These guys are just getting hammered all the time. It will also be good to see our cemeteries maintained to the current high standard that they are kept in. It is great to see some areas of trees trimmed back that were protruding onto the road corridor, and there are many areas that require more attention in this area. So we are working on those, but please keep us informed on where these areas are if you notice them. The footpaths in the Mergen CBD are currently being cleaned in the early mornings and the businesses prior to the businesses opening. So if you see these guys in one area one day, they won't be there during the day while people are operating, and they'll be back the next morning to continue on down the street. Roads crews are working their way across Division 5, doing maintenance grades, general maintenance, and reacting to individual damage from rainfall events. The residents of Rippengale Street and Susan Crescent at Proston are thankful repairs were carried out on drainage just one day prior to heavy rain. This now prevents water damaging their properties and entering into their homes. I'm looking forward to attending the local school end of year awards with Proston this Thursday. We've attended the Mergen one just recently, and it was good to see so many people in attendance. And acknowledging the hard work of the teachers and students in each of those schools. Recently, Highsville held their Honeybee Festival, which was well attended. I'm sorry I couldn't get there that day. We had so many other things on. Mayor Duff was there. Mergen held its Mergen Music Muster with most councillors in attendance and a lot of locals also attending. Proston is decorating its street with Christmas decorations, and the Tableland Hall held its sunset event one evening, which was good. I will continue to work with the residents of Division 5 for the best outcomes for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. I'll call on Councillor Height for the Division 6 update.
Sorry. Lovely rain across the region for those that got it. It's great to see this season starting off well. Currently, I seem to be very involved with community consultations around playgrounds. So we've completed the community consultation on the Memorandum playground and hoping that kicks off fairly soon, and currently doing a lot of community consultation for the new Wandai playground, which has been very much in need of repair for quite a long time. So whilst playgrounds, some people think they're not very important, if you have children, it does improve the livability of our region and for families to have good playgrounds. This Saturday we'll be at Wandai Markets to also listen to local Wandai residents on what they'd like in their playground. Most of us attended the local government conference, which was a great opportunity to learn and network and find out what's happening and meet various politicians to advocate for our region. We also met with the Grants Commission to try and persuade them to give us a bit more money. Melbourne Cup, of course, was a great day, and congratulations to the community groups across the region who ran events. Of course, the Cumbia, Flemington in the Bush and the Wandai RSL both had great events. The Biosecurity Advisory Committee is very important, particularly for our rural landowners, so I'm excited to see how that kicks some goals, which will be great. Congratulations to the Wandai Business and Development Association on another great year. They had their AGM last year. The same executive actually has been re-elected, but they're doing some good things, so well done to them. I'm very proud that a lot of people stop and pause for Remembrance Day, and I attended the Remembrance service in Cumbia, who haven't had one in many recent years, but they had the whole Cumbia school there, so it's good to the children get an understanding of Remembrance Day. The Mayor Duff and CEO Mark, we attended the Regional Roads Transport Group down in Brisbane, which was a great opportunity to advocate to the state government for more support on our roads, because the roads are the lifeblood of our region. And in closing, the Wandai Men's Shed are finally getting their lease, which should be being signed for the 1st of January. And I'm very proud that they're making these little wooden Christmas trees. And hopefully, as I think it was Mayor Duff mentioned about the Christmas trees, we're not using an awful lot of ratepayers' money, but we will end up with a little bit of ownership of the Christmas decoration. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm sure we'll have an update next month on that. Thank you.
On to business outstanding, which is item 11.1 on page 84. So the
10 would be morning tea, Mayor. We have the International Men's Day.
So the officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any questions? No, everyone's all over it. So no questions. Councillor Little, you don't have a question? That's good. It's the first time ever, I think so. That's
well,
awesome.
there's some things that have already been followed up during the month, which I'm happy to say makes everything okay in the business outstanding table.
Okay, so we're ready to vote. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 12.1 on page 108, which is the Acting Chief Executive Officer. So the officer's recommendation is that the South Bend Regional Council approves the Chief Executive Officer leave from Monday the 24th of November 2025 to Friday the 28th of November 2025 and appoints GM Kerry as Acting Chief Executive Officer. Or it just says appoints General Manager of Finance and Livability Kerry Anderson as Acting Chief Executive Officer. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? So CEO Mark's going away for those 5 days, and so he's excited, and Councillor, and okay, all right. So everyone's ready to vote. We'll put to the vote all those in favour, against, carried. Thank you. Moving on to the meeting dates for the ordinary meetings of council on page 109. So this report, so the council adopts the dates, times and locations for ordinary meetings of council January to December 2026 as follows, and there's been a few changes. So we've changed the Wednesday one to the 28th of January 2026. And the other change is the 21st of October is the LGAQ conference, so we've changed that one to the 14th of October 2026. I think they're the only two changes. So someone prepared to move those?
Yeah, that one needs to be the 14th, not the 28th. Thank you.
Yep. So moved by Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Questions, comments? Happy to vote. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. The next item is the final community plans, page 111, item 12.3. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, where is it? Adopt the Community Strategic Plan 25 to 35.
Yeah, we had a couple of little pieces of late feedback, and so with those two amendments put in there.
With the following amendments: consider fences around all parks or playgrounds where appropriate, and remove free monthly music out of Proston, Heisel and Mergen. So they're the changes. So those community plans are have been, well, I think it's a wonderful project to have gone out to the community, not only the towns but the villages and some of the localities across our region, and to get that feedback online, and also when we did those community meetings and we went back out to ground truth what we'd put into those documents. I know that Bree did an amazing amount of work to pull it all together into one big document, but broken up into the individual areas. And we have the towns, the villages, and then there's the other localities as well. So our plan is to go back out to the community every year before the budget and again after the budget as a report card back to the community on what we've been able to achieve. If they want any changes, that's the opportunity to update those community plans. So I'm very, very excited and pleased that we have finally been able to get these together, and I'd like to thank CEO Mark for helping to pull them all together, and particularly Bree. Any other comments? Or someone to move that? Councillor Erkins. Someone second that? Councillor Dineen. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Councillor Erkins.
Mayor Cathy, I know that when I first got into council, which was halfway through the last term, I know it was something that you were really very, very keen to adopt, and I know you kept mentioning it on a regular basis. And I just think it was a great thing, and I'd like to thank the community members, first of all, who actually came and participated, and I'd like to encourage the next time we go out for community to come, because it's all right for me to come into council and say to my fellow councillors, my community want this, that and something else, but if you come to those meetings, you can tell my fellow councillors, no, don't listen to her. That's not what we want. This is what we want. But it is a great opportunity, and it's something that we come back to when we're making decisions. But I also want to thank the councillors who also participated so well, and I know quite a few did the paperwork when staff weren't available, but the staff also who came and contributed, taking all the feedback, and I really think it was a great opportunity for us, and you know, hopefully we'll move forward and we will be seen to will not only be seen to be doing, but we will be doing what our community want. And we'll be, you know, putting what finances we got, and let's hope we get some more, into things that are going to benefit our community, and they're not just things that people don't want. There's nothing worse than driving past a playground that we've thought was so important and there's nobody at it. So, you know, let's put our money where it's going to be used by a community. And congratulations, Mayor Kathy, because I do know you were the driving force behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other? Councillor Dineen.
I just wanted to also add to, I agree to everything that Councillor Erkins has said, and to say that the production itself, the documents are just beautiful quality, highlighting fabulous photos of our region, and thank you so much to everybody involved.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. Any further questions, comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we're moving on to Baido update, item 12.4. Well, I just thought because we've got Mistral in the chamber, we would do the Baido update. And so that is item 12.4 on page 197. So council has a good working relationship with Baido, who are our economic development arm. And the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council receive the Baido Partnership Report for the period July to September 2025 for information. So I just might seek the leave of the meeting to just let Mistral talk to the report, if that's okay. So I'd like to move a procedural motion that we allow Mistral to Oh, okay. So I move the motion. Oh, so no, someone to move it. So Councillor Potter, and someone to second it, Councillor Little, and all those. Oh no, well do we need to? No, Mistral can talk to it. Sorry, I'm just a bit. Okay.
Morning, everyone. So my agenda wasn't so much as talking about our report that we submitted to Mark for that quarter, but just to actually raise a couple of other things that I wanted to discuss and the piece of work that we wanted to do with council moving forward, which was around like a futures plan, so a 10-year futures plan around like an economic development roadmap, which is something that I'm really interested in, you know, workshopping with council over the next few months so that we can look at putting something down. And I know you've got the community plans, and it has a section about economic development, but I think, you know, currently there is a couple of plans. You've got the regional development strategy, which is 2021 to 2026, and you've got the regional development action plan, which is 2021 to 2026. So a lot of the things that are, you know, part of that economic development are actually long-term, like they don't happen overnight. Those changes don't happen overnight, which is why I'm suggesting a 10-year plan, which also I think gives time for some of those changes to be made or to happen, and so that, you know, at the end of that 10 years you can look at that and say, well, yeah, we have actually, you know, pulled some of these levers and some of these things have happened. So I guess part of that was identifying, you know, enabling infrastructure, transformational projects for the region, you know, what does success look like, you know, and creating a thriving, livable, sustainable region for generations to come, and a unified approach. So looking at Team South Burnett, who are all the key stakeholders, how do we get these groups together? Do we get a facilitator in, an external facilitator? And I know Wendy Agar came into the region a couple of years ago to do some sessions around the investment prospectus. So do we look at doing something like that to, you know, have a team, pull the team together from industry and agriculture and all levels of government and work together to develop this strategy? And, you know, not-for-profits, industry associations, healthcare services, education providers, you know, what are the things that you really want to do? So, you know, attract new investment, reduce the region's median age, create more opportunities for young professionals, skilled tradespeople and families. So try and, you know, change the demographic of the region as well. So having that as a 10-year plan, 2036 is a census year. So that will also, like, you know, if you're looking at reducing the median age and what the demographic of the region is, we can see what the results are as well from that census in 2036. Aspirational goals, you know, like are you setting a dollar amount that you want to see the local economy grow over, like, you know, in that 10-year period as well? So, you know, a lot of these, we have to address existing barriers for this to happen, and so the changes are gradual. So again, that 10 years gives the time. So create a working group, which I think I've said, and the levers. So what are the, priority enablers, required planning works to support future land use, development and investment, enabling infrastructure, so hard infrastructure required to support that growth and sustainability, and the transformational projects, so specific projects that have the potential to really significantly impact our region and enhance the local economy. So that's, just some of the points that I've got around that one, and I think that's an important piece of work that Baido can be working with council on in, the next little bit. One of the other things I just wanted to mention was that when I last met with Mark, we talked about doing some workshops in early 2026 around doing business with council. And so that is looking to educate and empower local businesses to understand the council procurement processes, navigate tendering and contract opportunities, align capabilities with council's needs, and to build trust and improve engagement with council. So that's a piece of work that Baido are looking to do with council early next year, and I just wanted to flag that so that, would require council staff to be on the ground for some of those things as well. So that's, something that we want to work in and look at getting happening in probably Blackbutt, Wondai, Mergen, Kingaroy, and Nanango, so that, councillor, buy in as well to those. So that's really what I wanted to touch base about today.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Erkins, you've got your light on.
Oh.
So, Councillor Sander.
Probably a question or notice with that report. It says here under part 5, page 200. It says that Baido participated in a local buy procurement meeting with council to discuss ways to improve local supply. I just want to know when that was, because I wasn't. Or did I miss it?
Oh, was that October? Yeah, that was here in this room here, and Local Government Association were there as well. I think it was to just try and clarify a few points about what local buy actually is and what the vendor panel is and what the differences are. So, and how we could maybe get funds.
Yeah, it wasn't with the businesses. It was just to get clarification for Baido to understand what the whole local buy was, so that with the potential to apply for funding. I think that was it.
Whether local buy would come into the region, run workshops and assist businesses to understand what the what they need to do to be on the be on local buy or vendor panels. It was also to get some clarity around what the differences are between the vendor panels and local buy. And it was to see what sort of funding opportunities might be available to run some workshops and get information out to businesses within the region so they could understand what capabilities they need, how they can get on the local buy, how they can be on the council's vendor panel, because there are a few differences. And so that's one of the reasons for doing these workshops in the different towns as well, is so that businesses in the region understand how they can be, what they need to do to be able to work with council in the future.
Yeah, so we want to run some workshops in the towns now that Baido understands what it's all about.
Yeah.
So that's the idea. Just conscious of the time because we've got staff waiting to fill because we're having a blue morning tea for men's mental health. So do we want to continue this afterwards or do we want to... Yep. Any other questions to Mr. Happy with the report? Thanks, Mr.
No worries.
So it's been moved and seconded, so put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we'll break for morning tea. And where is the morning tea? Is it in the staff room? And we've got the gallery is welcome to have morning tea. Well, someone moved that we adjourn for morning tea. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Sander. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So welcome back to the November General Meeting of Council. I'll ask that someone move that we resume the meeting. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on to item number 12.5 on page 202, adoption of the South Bend Regional Council Youth Council Terms of Reference Strategic 029. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council Youth Council Terms of Reference Strategic 029 be adopted as presented. Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any questions, comments? Put it to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.6 on page 208. And that one is the adoption of the South Bend Regional Council ex gratia payments policy. The recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council ex gratia special payments policy strategic 057 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any discussion, comments? Ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 12.7 on page 212. And this one is the drug and alcohol policy. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council Drugs and Alcohol Policy Strategic 058 be adopted as presented. Someone to move that. Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.1 on 2025-26 review of annual operational plan on page 218. The officer's recommendation is South Bennett Regional Council, in accordance with S1743 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, receive the assessment of the progress towards implementing the South Bennett Regional Council Operational Plan 25-26. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any comments, discussion? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.1A, which was a late agenda item. And that's on page 3 of the late agenda.
Mayor, could we just have a procedural that the late agenda item be accepted?
So someone move that the late agenda item be accepted. Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So that item is 13.1. We're calling it 13.1A, I think, or 13.11. And the officer's recommendation is that in accordance with section 1703 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 25-26 operational budget be adopted. Number 2, that in accordance with section 1703 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the revised 25-26 capital budget, including continued projects from 24-25, be adopted. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Discussion? Comments? Councillor Sanders.
Can we just get it explained so that people online know what it's about?
GM Kerry, did you want to explain?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So this report is just bringing to Council our capital continued projects. So these are any projects from the 24-25 financial year that weren't quite finalised, and so the value, the funding of those projects has now been brought across into the 25-26 year so that they can be finished off. The other part of this report is our first quarter review. So there has been some adjustments in there for capital programs. Most of these were new grants that we have been approved since the original budget that have been included. We also have the first quarter review for the income statement. And so that is in the report, and all up the movements that have happened for the operational deficit has increased the operational deficit by about 24,000. So those are really all the changes or the gist of what that report is about. So if there's any questions, happy to run through those. Otherwise, yeah.
So are there any questions? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, where is that extra $24,000 coming from?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So the 24,000 was a council resolution report from a couple of months ago around the pool management costs for this upcoming year for the new contract. So there was an increase there of 24,000. So that's been flowed through into the income statement.
So it just goes on to our deficit.
Yeah, okay. It's, yeah. Thank you.
So any other questions? Everyone happy to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to the monthly financial information for October 2025 on page 247, and that's item 13.2. The officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works program, as at the 31st of October 2025, be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Erkins. I'll hand over to General Manager Carey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council's cash and cash equivalents at the end of October amounted to 66.7 million, with around 33 million of this balance classed as restricted cash. When looking at the capital program, departments have spent approximately 20.4% of the original budget, or up to 38% when taking into account current commitments. Recurrent revenue is currently sitting at 49%, and recurrent expenditure is currently sitting at 30% of the original budget. Finance will work with departments to start looking at the second quarter review, with a view to bring this to council in January or February next year. The asset registers have just been rolled into the new financial year, and depreciation for July to November will be run this month. At the end of October, outstanding rates payable are sitting at 6.28%, which is below council's target of 7%, and approximately 29% of those properties with rates outstanding are currently on payment plans. I now present the October monthly financials to the Chamber for their information and welcome any questions.
Thank you, GM Carey. It's really great to see that we've got those that under 7%, and those who are struggling are on payment plans, because we've been trying to encourage that as much as possible. So that's a good outcome. Councillor Sander.
So on page 269 too, Mayor, it's pleasing to see that the neighbouring council spend is down by 75%, and the outside, the other spend is below almost half of what it was last month, and the total spend is almost 50% of what it was last month.
Well, yes, that is exactly right. So it's good to see that figure coming down. Any other comments, questions? Is everyone ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So moving on to community grants round 1 on page 294, item 13.3. Councillor Sander has had to leave the room. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council note the approved applications for the community grants program round 1 for 25-26. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Deneen. Councillor Potter.
Just with regards to, there's one of them that it said we were still awaiting. I thought that one had been approved, or on my copy it says still awaiting. So I was under the impression that one had actually been approved. So do we need to change that in the wording, Madam Mayor?
So, yes, we do. So we need to make it as amended, because we do.
Yep.
That one has changed.
Yep.
So as amended. So Councillor Potter, you're happy with that change, and Councillor Deneen? Yep, okay. So any other changes to those listed?
No.
So that's good to see that we've spread that those community grants around our region, and that some of those volunteer groups will certainly benefit from funding from council. Councillor Potter. Any other comments, questions? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is item 13.4, and that's on page 297. And this is a negotiated decision request from 5 Mullers Lane, Mergen. So the officer's recommendation is that the matter be lifted from the table. Would someone move the procedural motion? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we move to the original motion, which was moved by Councillor Sander and seconded by myself. The South Bennett Regional Council accept the negotiated decision request for development permit RAL 24/0041 for reconfiguring one lot into two at 5 Mullers Lane, Mergen, subject to the following: connection of water to both blocks. The 5 metre buffer zone be removed on the eastern and western side. Southern side buffer remains. An applicant not to have to construct Pioneer Lane. Use 4 metres access off Mullers Lane. So that's the motion. Councillor Sander, did you want to speak to that motion?
I believe there were conditions with that added to that now. If that was to happen, there was conditions applied.
So that's there's conditions. I think that were they emailed around.
But we also had some. There was some added extras put in there that we were clarifying. In regards to the Telstra connection, I believe, and the 150 pipe, we were going to get some information on why we were moving it to 100 mil and then putting all the connections on the 100 mil.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, look, yes, I spoke to colleagues in both infrastructure and my development engineers yesterday. They confirmed that the hydrant out there, which is at 150 mil, would need to satisfy both lots, would need to go down to 100 mil going from there that would allow for adequate flow and pressure, and it was deemed from our infrastructure water specialist that the 100 mil would be adequate for those lots. It may raise, when we don't know until we actually try and make the connection, there may be one or two of the existing properties that may need to be changed from a 150 mil connection down to a 100 mil connection. That may possibly happen. We don't know yet until actual works are done there. But yes, it is to go from 150 mil at the main hydrant head point, and it will go down to 100 mil pipe, and that will serve in terms of flow and pressure with appropriate connections. But as I said, maybe one or two of the existing lots may find they have to be converted over to a 100 mil connection as well. We don't know yet, and there will be a cost associated to do that. And officers' suggestion was possibly that might be borne by council, but that's obviously a consideration for councillors.
Thank you, Manager Simon. Councillor Sander.
We'll have to change this wording to maybe, possibly, could, have to.
There's some word changing in there. But we just don't know until it's excavated along the exact. Those existing connections may be fine. We just don't know.
So we're going to have to change. Like I said, we'll have to change this wording because we're actually stipulating that we have to put them on there.
Well, what Manager Simon is saying is that the developer will have to, but the others may
not. We do not know.
He's actually the stipulation to bring them down to 100.
What it says is in here, if I can find that wording in there, it says design and construct 100 millimetre diameter water main extension, which makes sense. That's fine. But then it says it's said in there somewhere that he's got to change the other connections to the 100 mil.
So it's got, where
And
is-
that's what we don't know. So maybe that needs to be changed. If the wording there will need to be changed in terms, if so required, because we don't know. Yeah.
so the
Yeah.
ENG, design and construct a 100 millimetre diameter water main extension, including reinstatement of the existing connections from the existing hydrant approximately 38 m to the west of the intersection of the Bunyell Highway and Wretch Lake Street to at least 2 m to the west of the proposed boundary between proposed lot 1 and lot 2. So is that where you'd need to put it, or is it in the next section, the comment?
It's probably in the next, because that says the construction of the 100 mil. Is this a point about the access of the other, if the other properties are potentially affected? There was some words further down in there.
So if we could just, are we able to just move it back up to ENG 9? So we could just have a look at that one. So, yeah, ENG 9. So is it the wording? The next one is about fire hydrants. So
What's your numbers?
Can I just ask? It's page 313. So is that what he is appealing against?
So sorry, through Madam Mayor, we can just leave the existing wordings as they are, because it only includes reinstatement of existing connections. That's if required. We don't know.
So Councillor Urquhart has asked the question on page 313. Those particular points, they were the ones that were appealed against, and is that the response is this negotiated decision? Is that correct?
That's what our council. We've come back to provide advice on those conditions, which was what was questioned last time.
And so is that now in these conditions?
That's okay as it says there, because it's including reinstatement. I think the only wording on there that I could see is including reinstatement if required, and that's probably the only comment I'd make on that.
So where is the word including reinstatement?
Yeah, it's the reinstatement if required.
But is that in ENG 9 or which?
That's ENG 9.
And so if we add at the end after lot 2 and including reinstatement if required.
If required, we don't know. So where we start the brackets, it says including reinstatement of existing connections. I think it's including reinstatement if required of existing connections. We just don't. So Sam's coming.
Danielle, we just need to add in that bracketed area.
Madam Mayor, I've just got Sam coming in to just talk about this because she has been working with the applicant on some of this discussion, so she will be able to know exactly what has been said and what he understands is required and what he will be up for part of this.
So we still want to put the words if required?
If we can just hold off until she comes in, just to get her.
So we might move on to the next. You want to move on to the next one?
Can we just have a look at page 300? Because Danita's just showed me on the computer on page 300 there's a property note.
So on page 300, Councillor Sanders, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just need to see page 300.
Oh, you can't see it?
Yeah.
You've got back to the main agenda, or is that page 300?
Because it's changed, but it's...
Oh, okay. Can we?
So then,
What if I
property note, the
if
following
I-
notation applies to lot 2, the property is not serviced by council as articulatable at the time of the file. That contradicts.
Does everyone get the same sort of services?
So Councillor Sander just wants to make some comments. Councillor Sander?
There is a property note added on there on page 300 that he still has to connect to the water supply. Still has to provide his own water tanks for property number 2. So I just want to make sure that that's overridden by what we look at now.
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor. So for those conditions, some of those ones in the actual report, the updated conditions that have taken into account the water connection to both lots will mean that that property note will be removed from the conditions that, like the final conditions that actually go with the approval.
So does the property owner have another period of right to appeal after we make these decisions?
Sorry, through you, Mayor. This part that they're looking at now is the negotiated process. Once council makes that decision, your appeal provisions have then ended because we're close to that decision. So any changes after a negotiated decision notice is issued, then it'll be changed to the existing approval. So.
Okay, so this is whatever the conditions are here that's it. There's no further negotiation. So we need to be careful how if we make any changes, because that is what is presented here, except for the pieces that have been taken out, is the negotiated decision. Councillor Sander?
Has the Telstra or telecommunications section been removed?
No, officer's recommendation is as stands, because that is a requirement for all lots. Right, it's consistent across the whole of the South Burnett Regional Council area and all other council areas. I mean, Sam might want to comment on that, but to my knowledge, it is not something that we've ever done before, to my knowledge.
Yeah, that's probably correct, because it wasn't in the first one, but now it's added into the next one. So it's probably something we've never done before until now.
We've always required it. What I meant is it's always been required.
I've looked through the first one, it wasn't in there though.
So, Manager Sam, did you want to comment or?
Through you, Mayor, the initial officer's report was for refusal. So then a set of conditions came back to council, which was adopted by council. Then the applicant negotiated those conditions. So the telecommunication condition, if the applicant at the time when he suspended the appeal and put in his request to negotiate those conditions, if that condition didn't form part of that negotiation, then that's not something that council should be deciding.
So
it wasn't raised.
It wasn't raised?
It wasn't raised as part of the negotiated request.
So he didn't see that as an issue, obviously. Councillor Sander?
I couldn't find that telecommunications requirement in the first one.
So then what?
I'll just go through you, Mayor. I'll just go through the conditions. As I said, our initial report was refusal, so the conditions that would have come back to council would have included the telecommunications. But the report that you're looking at now, that about the negotiated decision, wouldn't have included the telecommunication condition because that wasn't part of the negotiation. But the telecommunication condition would have been part of the condition package that council would have actually endorsed when you when council overrode the officer's decision. So I'd need to go back to the conditions that council adopted in the previous meeting.
I move we lay it on the table until we get further information. We're spending a lot of time on one thing. It's already been recommended that we refuse it. It appears to me that we're working as hard as we can, but we're now coming up, with a lot of
So
extra.
I'm just concerned about with planning, there's a whole process. There's only certain periods of time and appeals and stuff. I just need to, before I accept the notice of the procedural motion, we need to just know that it's not going to affect the timelines of this particular negotiated decision. So maybe CEO Mark might know that answer, or just...
After lunch.
Maybe, Mayor, if we just hold it over to after lunch.
Okay, so we'll...
Yeah, and then that way, and then the wording can be added into the minute.
Yep, okay. So accept Councillor Erkin's procedural motion that we lay it on the table until after lunch. Seconded by Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So moving on to item 13.5, waiving of planning application fees on page 315. The officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council approve the waiving the remaining 50% of $4,121.50 being for the development application fee, development application for a development permit for a multiple dwelling, 12 by 2 bedroom units, caretaker's accommodation and ancillary functions hall at 70 Perkins Street, Mergen, MCU 25/0040 as in-kind support from the community grant process. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.6, list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report on page 319. The officer's recommendation is that the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as at 10th of November 2025 be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.7, delegated authority reports. And that's the 1st of October 25 to the 31st of October 25. That's on page 324. The officer's recommendation is that the South Bend Regional Council note and receive the delegated authority report for the month of October 25. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any questions? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.8 on page 326, and that's the Kingaroy Showground building in the local heritage register. What are we, 27? So that one was laid on the table. So would someone move that we lift it off the table? Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we go to the original motion, which was moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Dineen. The South Bend Regional Council, 1, approve in principle the removal of a local heritage registered building being the trade hall at the Kingaroy Showgrounds from the local heritage register. And number 2, that the Chief Executive Officer be delegated to finalise with the Showgrounds Committee any application and or development approvals required subject to reasonable conditions. So, Councillor Potter, did you want to speak to that motion? Anyone want to ask a question? Councillor Sander.
Just want to point out that when we did go out there, in the report here, it's got photos of other buildings. Those buildings are not on this application to have them removed. But it is just those certain buildings that are required to go, like the caretaker's residence and the kiosk in the office area are not a part of this application. So the pictures and that form the report include those buildings, but they're not the ones on this.
So do we need to, in this motion, specify those particular buildings? So it says being the trade hall, it's only actually referencing one building.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Sandra. It's good to point out for the community that the photos in there is the full extract from the heritage listing, so it picks up their full area that's covered by the heritage listing. And it's only the one specific building, is my understanding, that's the subject of the resolution.
So it's actually set out there being the trade hall. So we're only talking about that particular building.
Yeah, but the pictures in the report could be misleading. That's what I'm just trying to say.
They're the attachment to the report of the heritage, yeah, agreed. And it's clarifying for community, it's not all of those buildings.
So Councillor Erkins.
I just want to say that I'm a little disappointed in the motion. I just think that councillors before us made the decision to put that on a heritage register. And I feel uncomfortable that we are now deciding that it should be taken off. And I do understand the condition that those buildings are in. However, I feel that the condition is because of neglect by an organisation who, run a fair few events and whatever. I think had they been kept in a better condition and things done to them, we wouldn't be here making this decision. And I do, as I said, I do feel very uncomfortable. People before me made the decision, and probably back in the Kingaroy Council days, where they felt that those buildings were of significance to this community, and I personally do not feel comfortable for us to be taking them off. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Potter.
Yep, so this was actually, I was on council at the time when we put this through the Heritage Register, along with Councillor Height and Mayor Duff. At the time, all these things that we do, but I really did at that time thought it was a great idea to have the Kingaroy Showgrounds because of their heritage. I would love to move those buildings out to the airport where they originally came from. That's what I would love to do, but that all takes money. So if there's grants available, and this will be where, we delegate it to the CEO, that if there's grants available, yes, I would love to use those grants and have those buildings moved and the asbestos removed and moved out to the airport. But, we don't have the funding for that. And for the Show Society to have funding, I think, to remove all the asbestos and everything like that as well, it all takes money. So, look, I think we've just got to, I'm going to be voting for this because I think the Show Society needs something to move forward with. So, therefore, and I would actually ask everyone to help with that vote.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Sander.
It's a tough one to be sort of involved in and to make decisions like this for the community, but after visiting the site and seeing and understanding the expense incurred, who would have thought 20 years ago that the removal of asbestos from 3 buildings out there was going to cost over $300,000 without dump fees? I believe that the expense of things have all gone up. The asbestos removal and stuff has gone through the roof, and it's impacted every section of the community, whether it's your residential home or toilet blocks or council offices. There's asbestos everywhere, and it's just a huge expense. So it's a hard one to call, but probably not something that the neglect of the building isn't the current Show Society's fault, and over the years it's just happened. So I see Jane's point, I see Danita's point, but it's a hard decision to make on behalf of the community.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other questions or comments? Everyone ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? The vote is carried 6 votes to 1 with Councillor Erkins voting against it. So now we're moving on to item 13.9, and that is on page 331. So if we go over to 332, it's actually that the matter that we need to lift this off the table. So would someone like to move that we lift this item off the table? So Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we go to the motion, which was moved by Councillor Little and seconded by Councillor Sander, that South Burnett Regional Council number 1, in accordance with Local Government Regulation 2012, Section 236 1B2 disposes of a valuable non-current asset other than by way of tender or auction to a community organisation by entering into a licence to occupy with the Bloomin' Beautiful Blackbutt Festival Incorporated for Les Muller Hut being part of Lot 1 on RP 120337 for a term of, and we've made the change to 5 years. With the mover and seconders consent, 5 years with an option of a further 5 years. That's, you're happy with that one, and Councillor Sander, you're happy with that one. So number 2 delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the licence to occupy on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council. So that's the motion. Any questions, comments? Everyone ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Oh, sorry, yeah, that was just for a term of 1 year with an option of a further 5 years. Okay, so we're moving on to item 13.10 on page 334. And that one there is that the officer's recommendation is to S236 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, South Bennett Regional Council dispose of the unused build crib room located at Edward Street, Wandai, described as lot 249 on FY 1920, and it's to the Wandai District Men's Shed. So someone like to move that? Councillor Height. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Councillor Height.
Yes, just briefly, the Wandai Men's Shed are a fantastic group. This old crib building hasn't been used for some time. It is in, I suppose it's structurally sound, but it's full of rubbish and hasn't had much love over the time. But it is a project the Men's Shed would love to use, and I feel it's of very little value to council and will be of great value to the Men's Shed. They're quite excited about doing it up and restoring it, and I think it'll be quite a good little office for them.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Any other comments? We're ready to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is 13.11 on page 338. And this is the SBK request for land. So this one also has to be lifted from the table. Someone to move that we lift it from the table. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Sander. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So this officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council 1, in accordance with section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, enter a non-exclusive deed of licence to occupy with SB Care for use of part of the park area located on part of Lot 87 on RP 7952 for a 5-year term. And number 2, pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the deed of licence to occupy with the SB Care on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council. Would someone like to move that?
Could I please move that with an amendment? Could I change that 5 years to 2 years?
Okay, so there's a...
Because we don't know what's going to happen down in that area.
So Councillor Erkins has moved an amendment that would be changed to 2 years. Does someone want to second that amendment? Councillor Sander. So we just discussed. Okay, we're going to just as moved. So it's not an amendment; it's actually as moved. Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Erkins, you have the right to put your.
While I agree that parking is definitely needed down there, and it's great that SB Care can put it to some use, and put some of their vehicles, some of the staff that are working there, and that would free up parking for customers of businesses there. I do think that at the moment, you know, things are moving in the South Burnett, and we don't know what's going to happen in 2 years' time. We don't know what things are going to be worth or what's going to happen in the area in 2 years' time. I just don't think, you know, we're not asking them to go to any great expense there. So it's not like they're going to put in a bitumen car park and after 2 years they've got to move that. I believe they were talking about some gravel for any wet areas. So I just think that 2 years, there's nothing to stop in 2 years from us, you know, if we wanted to give them another 2-year lease. But I just don't believe, you know, too often we have jumped into taking offers from organisations and then we have lived to regret it. I don't believe we should do that. I think 2 years will give us time to see what happens in the area with parking, etc.
Thank you, Councillor Oakins. Councillor Hyde.
My concern with this is that this seems to have come up very quickly, and I'm concerned about the community consultation. I know that we've had community parks which have been leased to other businesses, and it's caused a lot of grief because the community doesn't like their facilities being removed. So can I ask what community consultation has been done with adjoining businesses, local residents, people who use that park?
I would love to answer, Mayor. Firstly, councillors, your terminology is wrong. It's not a lease. So they offered to purchase or lease the area, which has been declined. So that was discussed. So this is not a lease. It's the actual deed of licence to occupy. It's non-exclusive. So it's actually, the language of lease is incorrect. So it's not a lease. So it doesn't give automatic renewal, and lights can go on, but it is not a lease. It's a deed of licence to occupy. It's like a permit to occupy. It's the lowest form of tenure that we can give anybody. Council has clearly, or has indicated previously, they didn't want to lease the site for the reasons raised. And the previous report was interesting. The recommendation, just to clarify, listed 5 years. It was raised by council last month when it was suggested a 1-year term for a building or for the hut, and it was clarified and brought back. 5 is our standard term. So for these sorts of things.
Just in the financial and resource implications, Mark, on here, it says that, they pay the community lease fee.
Yes,
so we just
because
probably need to...
No, incorrect. Councillors, it's I'd love to split hairs with you all day. They would be, I think, with the hut they talk about. So we have a fee, a listed fee and charge for the community lease fee of $75 a year. They offered to contribute $75 a year, and that's the appropriate fee. So the equivalent fee. So all it is doing is picking that up out of. So it's not incorrect. It's not incorrect information. The parking up there has been, and anyone who has talked to any of the businesses up there, so if you want community consultation, just go and talk to IGA, any of the shops, the childcare centre, Houston's, Bill Hull. They are all screaming because there is no parking up in that end of the world, and this is, now it's in council's hands whether you agree or not in 2 years, 5 years. That is totally up to you guys, and so that. But there is a serious problem for parking up there that's been on the agenda since, well, it'd have to be at least 6 years, since the expansion of the SB Care, or 5 years anyway, and something needs to be done with it. This is a practical solution, non-exclusive, so it doesn't give them the absolute rights. There is no automatic or absolute right of renewal. It's the lowest form of tenure. There's extensive consultation, like as far as, has it been formalised through council? No, I've been up there probably half a dozen times talking to them. We have previously over terms suggested that people go up there and have a look at it, and generally there's always something else on, or it just gets pushed to the background. It hasn't happened. So we've been plugging away for years. We had council investigated, General Manager Meehan's popped out. Council investigated putting some parking on that site, probably in the previous term. I don't think it's come up in this one yet. Because the block goes underwater and it has constraints on it. Should we do it, we would have to engineer it to government standard and it's just not practical to do it. There is a fair volume of water. There's conditions placed on the lease, so it's in your hands what you want to do, but please don't call it a lease. It's not. It's a deed to occupy, or deed of licence to occupy. 5 years is our standard years. Any of the businesses that are affected up there have been speaking to them over a long period of time, and there's a significant issue that this will be a short term. And there are, in that regard, Councillor Erkins too, there are other factors that will happen. 5 years, 3 to 5 years is probably the window for that, some of the aspects up there may happen, other areas. So we'll just see where it goes. But yep, so Mayor, that's hopefully answers the questions.
But there's been no community
Sorry,
consultation with the residents of that area.
They're all businesses.
They're businesses.
There's no resident. Yeah,
Yeah.
Councillor
So I'm
Hyde.
just clarifying there hasn't
yeah.
been actual formal community consultation.
I just answered that there's been extensive discussions with businesses impacted. So the residents aren't directly impacted.
So,
Councillor Erkins, so you did your opening address. Did you want to?
I want to answer that. A deed of licence, I understand the difference. We're talking about a lease or a deed of licence. That still ties that block up for 2 years, regardless of what it's called. It means they've got it for 2 years. I believe that it's actually Apex that park was established by. Have we consulted with Apex?
It's non-exclusive, and you've had beekeepers on there in a non-exclusive agreement for a period of time. There is other uses in that site. It doesn't tie the site up. It gives them right to actually park cars there for a period of time. If it's 2 years, it's 2 years.
I'm just going back to I think 2 years is adequate for us to make a decision at the end.
Okay, so Councillor, who had their light on first? Councillor Heath or Councillor Heath?
Just wanted to point out, when I first got elected, I just can't remember the lady's name, but I had 2 ladies ring me about parking down there and how dangerous it was. And then I've had another lady ring me also about, she brought her disabled daughter to the car park there near the Big Peanut and couldn't get a park because all the staff were parking in everywhere. So I believe that this is a quick, easy solution to solve the problem. If we do it for 2 years, then it'll alleviate the issue. We'll come up with better plans, hopefully, and then work towards that.
Thank you, Councillor Senator. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. I think giving them non-exclusive use of that area is actually really important. Now, there's a couple of things here too. So they also actually have the lease over the other side of the park area as part of their original lease with that. I'm correct with that one, am I? Because they actually their lease covers the other park area on the other side of the duck pond. It goes across the duck pond. Yep, so they've got the duck pond under their original area too. So now in that area, that includes the beekeepers, and does that actually include the beekeepers' hut? Because I don't want to displace them. It doesn't include the hut?
There already, there's other negotiations and council resolutions, but no, it doesn't include the beekeepers' hut.
Beautiful, okay. The other one is community gardens, because I'm more than happy for them to take over those community gardens and do them up or anything like that. I think that would be really nice if they're willing to do that, unless that area takes into that and then they have to be dismantled. So I probably want to know about that bit as well.
The only discussion is about finding them a flat bit of dirt, then not to knock down trees where they can park cars on. So it doesn't involve any of the other aspects.
Rightio. But could you include the community gardens?
They would be absolutely keen to engage in conversations about the future use of the site, but that's the only discussions that have taken place is from the previous council was what council asked about last month, and they were the points where they could find a flat bit of dirt to park cars.
The other thing is right across the road from that we've got the old rail trail, and I would actually like council to consider at a later date maybe looking at, there's a whole strip right down there which I think would be suitable for parking, whether it be for cars or also caravans and things like that, because it's not far from IGA to walk, and I just think it'd be fantastic. So I think that might be an area we could look at a later date for parking for caravans and for other vehicles as well.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Erkins, did you want to exercise your right of reply?
Yes, I just want to go on to the fact that, 2 years, a lot can happen in 2 years. I also think that Councillor Potter's plan about that, the old rail trail there, looking at some future date of putting some parking in there. We could also, there's not many places, and I know that community will be up in arms when I say this, but there's not many places that you go to now if you want to go to secure parking that you don't have to pay for. So, at some future stage, there may be an opportunity. Parking is, an issue everywhere. Everywhere you go, parking's an issue. So I don't believe we should tie anything up for any more than 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Okay, so we've had the discussion, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry, can I
sorry.
raise, further to what Councillor Erkins said, I'm concerned that the roads along there will still be congested. Should we introduce 2-hour parking on those roads along there?
So that's a totally separate issue. We can't have that included in this. And
Just throwing it out there that that's a future discussion.
sorry. So we've actually closed the debate. So now we're ready to vote. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Councillor Sender, did you want to say something? Councillor Height, did you want to move a motion or anything around that? No? Okay.
I was just going to touch on what Jane said about parking on the rail trail and that we could add some toilets and showers and have a free camp in Kingaroy. Yeah.
So,
No,
dignify that.
actually it's quite easy. It's not allowed. So
okay, so we're moving on to the next item, which is, where are we up to? 13.12, Southburn Animal Management Centre on page 340. So the officer's recommendation is that Southburn Regional Council, 1, continues to operate the Southburn Animal Management Centre, 2, investigate a change in opening hours to include Saturdays and bring a report back to Council for consideration on this topic by the end of February 2026. Number 3, investigate possibility of an on-staff part-time veterinarian for future budget consideration. Number 4, adopt the following concessions for animal adoption fees for the 25-26 year. A, senior animals over 10 years of age to have adoption fee capped at $100. B, eligible pensioners to receive 50% discount on calculated adoption fee. C, adoption of more than one animal at a time by the same person to receive a 50% discount on calculated adoption fees. And D, animals up for adoption that have been in council's care for 90 days or more to have their adoption fee capped at $100. So someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins, second by Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
Just on point 2, I think that changing the opening hours to Saturday is important, and the recommendation is bring a report back to council by the end of February, in which case it wouldn't come until the March meeting. Could that be changed so that comes back to the February meeting? Because I feel we should move on this. Opening on Saturdays, we want animals adopted, and for the great majority of people, Saturdays are the best time to go out to there. So I'd like it to come to either the January or the February meeting, whereas the recommendation is going to make it at least March.
So do you want to... we'll just
January an option, or
General Manager Kerry, did you want to...
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the intent was to bring one to the February meeting to make sure it's February, and then that way we could implement those change in opening hours, say, from the start of March.
So could the wording be changed
adopted.
that it's the February meeting rather than the end of February?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank
Happy
you.
with that.
Everyone else happy
So we're
with
just
that?
going to change the wording to
Jane and Deb.
bring a
By
report back to
February
council for the...
To the February
To the
meeting.
general meeting of council in February.
If the
Okay.
mover and seconder are okay.
So
with
the
that
mover
adjustment.
is Councillor Erkins, are you happy? And Councillor Dineen, happy? So Councillor Erkins, did you want to speak?
Yep. I'd just like to say that to start with, when we first started going into this, I was definitely a little concerned, but I want to congratulate Manager Simon and the staff out there, because I think they've done a great job. I think it's great for the community. It's great for animal lovers everywhere, and, you know, I have to give some credit to Councillor Heath, much as I hate to, because, I mean, it was really his driving that, you know, made us look at taking it on, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Dineen.
I was just going to say exactly that. Thank you very much, Councillor Erkins. The staff have done an amazing job out there. They're dedicated, they care. We appreciate all of the staff, anyone that's been involved in this. It's made a huge difference, saving us money and saving animals. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Councillor Dineen. I also wanted to support what Councillor Erkins said about Councillor Sander, because I know that we were all sceptical, and it was his baby was to actually get the staff to take it back on, and it's so full credit to Councillor Sander for encouraging council to look at that option, and then and now it's reached fruition, and yes, it's a good news story for our region. So thank you, Councillor Sander, for your input and direction in that regard. Any other comments, questions? So we're ready to put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 13.13, disposal of first aid kits, and that's on page 342. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council resolves to approve the disposal of disused first aid kits to community organisations and not-for-profit groups through an expression of interest process. Someone to move that? Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Potter. Discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 13.14, CrowdStrike Falcon Complete Cyber Security Consideration on page 344. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, 1, approve the implementation of CrowdStrike Falcon Complete. 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to finalise any contracts associated with the subscription. 3, approve an additional operational budget allocation of $35,000 for the 25-26 year to be included in the second quarter review. Someone like to move that? Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Little. Discussion? So I'm concerned about the cost. It's adding another. We struggle with our operational budget, so it's another $35,000. So just ask General Manager Kerry to find out where we're going to find that money from, because we are really stretched to the limit, and that's another whack on our operational budget.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, it does take a hit to our bottom line. I know it doesn't help for this year, but I know that the IT department have identified some potential savings in some of the subscriptions or different things that we do have to have that will come into play most likely sometime next year. So while this year we will have the full $35,000 cost, there is at this stage a high likelihood that there will be some reductions in some other items that need to happen that will then have a little bit of an offset against this effect. Yeah.
Thank you, but I also then going forward, it's going to increase to, is it 60,000?
Yeah. That is correct. So each year a full yearly subscription is 60,000 for a full year. Yes.
And how do we know that that's not going to go up?
So it will, like most subscriptions, they have the built-in CPI increases. So each year it will go up by a CPI value. That's pretty standard in every subscription that council has.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Sander?
I'm just wondering, does council currently have any cyber security in place, and what's that costing, and will this replace that, and will we have any saving from that?
So I can actually answer that question, because I know it's 250, is it 40,000 to 50,000 or close to? It's almost $250,000 that we already invest.
So will we reduce any of that?
No,
if
it's a different type of security. General Manager Kerry?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Mayor. So discussions yesterday with the manager of IT. So it's almost As we can imagine, cybersecurity and the different types of attacks that we can get and how they get in, each different element that we've currently got, and as well as this, all different types of defences to try and extremely limit something actually getting through and actually hurting council's operations or shutting us down for periods, any of that sort of threat.
So is it possible to maybe look at other organisations and just see what they're doing, to see if there's something that we can bulk up instead of, we've got all this other security, now we're thinking we need this extra one. Is it worth us going back and having a look at all options rather than just adding another cost? I don't know, I'm just a bit concerned about where this is going to end. Councillor Sander?
I know at the conference this year there was a high, there was one of the segments was speaking on cybersecurity, and this one wasn't even mentioned, so I'm wondering whether we can actually talk to some of the other councils and see what they're currently doing rather than just jumping straight into this.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Erkins?
Yeah, I would think also speaking to LGAQ and see whether they have something that they recommend. Like you, Mayor, I'm concerned it's 35 now, but next year it's going to be 60. And the thing about it is, I mean, there's a lot of salespeople who sell you things that you need that you don't necessarily need. I understand what happened with the council who did get it, and I understand that if your computer system is shut down, I mean, we were all convinced that going to computers was the way to go because it was going to be so much easier, but we all know what happens when power goes out or phones go out, and now if you get a cyber attack. But I do think that maybe we should investigate a little further before we make this decision. I'd like to see us investigate it a little further, so maybe we can lay this on the table to do some investigations.
So just get General Manager Carey, I can see you
So
want to say something.
Just probably wanted to just make councillors aware. So the price that we have currently been quoted, that quote finalises at the end of November. If we say lay it on the table and next month want to enter into it, the price will be about double that.
But there'll also be other places we can
Yes,
go
correct.
to, so I wouldn't let that.
No, and that's, I just wanted to make sure that council had all of the facts so that we can.
That's a sales
Yes, definitely.
Speak, yeah.
Councillor Dineen?
Yes, it does. It really scares me, the cybersecurity. I listened to an article about the AI technology that it can actually, they just set it up and it attacks. I think it's really problematic, but I do agree that we might investigate it more. Because Jane's right, that's a sales tactic. So, yeah, but good on the guys for bringing it up because they're really careful and they're watching, and our IT department are amazing and they do a great job, so thank you.
So do we want to, so I'll just ask CMR, do we want to just lay it on the table or do we want to put a motion to investigate it or?
Well, it's up to you lot. If the intent of getting it up here today was if you're going to go with it, go now. If you're not going to support it, you might as well vote it down. Laying it on the table will have the same impact as voting it down.
So we'll vote it however way we want to vote it, and then we can move it an alternative motion.
So if there is alternative investing, we can go back. It's not even the IT team continually investigate systems, but we can bring back the cybersecurity is brought up to partly Councillor Sanders' question. The audit committee deals with cybersecurity quite a bit. There's a lot of information out there. If you're not going to go with this specific piece of software, as I said, laying it on the table has the same impact. It really, come December, it won't understand the sales tactic. It just, you're probably better off just to vote it down and we'll move on and we'll continue to investigate other options.
So, okay, so Councillor Sandu or Councillor Height?
You can go.
I'm just waiting for it to get voted down and then.
Oh, okay, so Councillor Height?
Well, I'm concerned about voting it down. I'm no expert in cyber security, but, Noosa Council had that big issue I do feel that our IT guys are the experts. They've obviously researched this and have come back and put this recommendation in, even though it's a hit to the budget. We rely on these guys to be the experts. If we get a cyber security strike next week because we haven't gone ahead with this, none of us here are experts. We have to rely on the experts. Now, the experts in our team, I'm quite sure they've spoken to other councils. I'm sure they've talked to other suppliers of cybersecurity. So I'm supportive of it because I don't want a computer strike, cybersecurity strike, and have an issue. I mean, I'm no expert, but surely that's why they've put it up to us, because not for fun, but because they think it makes us safer, and I want to be safe.
Thank you, Councillor Height. So, General Manager Carey, would you be able to comment on how, was this put towards as a proposal because of the discount and as Councillor Erkins suggested, a sales pitch, and that's why they've considered it, because it is something that we actually probably could benefit with, but because it's 35 as opposed to 60, or how thorough have they investigated other options with regards to looking at what other councils do, even other businesses, LGAQ? How in depth has their investigations been?
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor. So the IT team, like Councillor Height has said, they're always on the lookout for what opportunities are available to be able to put forward to enhance what we've currently got. They're very mindful of not only our systems but cybersecurity. It does weigh on their mind around, making sure that council is protected. I guess, yes, the reason that they've put it forward at the moment is because of the savings that we've got. Now, the team have done their investigation. They're not a team that generally comes through and does a proposal, puts something forward without going through, doing all their research and looking at all the facts. So I'm confident that they have had a look and that they have brought this forward because it's one that they see has significant value. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's obviously council's decision on what they would like to put forward. And if it is voted down in any reason, then that won't discourage them. They will keep looking for opportunities and what other systems are out there. But I guess regardless of what is out there, it will all come at a cost.
Thank you, General Manager Carey. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know enough to get me in trouble when it comes to computers and cybersecurity. So I'm certainly one who will trust the staff on what they think and what they say when it comes to this matter. And I can assure you that it will cost us a lot more if we do get a cyber attack in this space. It will cost a lot more than $60,000. I can guarantee that one.
Thank you. And I do remember yesterday when we spoke to Anthony Bills about, he said that that's what keeps him awake at night, was the fact that we have some vulnerability in that particular area. So I guess Councillor Height and Councillor Potter have probably convinced me to change my mind.
Well, let me speak again.
So was moved by Councillor Deneen. So did you exercise your initial right to speak? Sorry, before. Yeah. So Councillor Deneen hasn't spoken yet. So you have a right to speak to the motion and also to then a right of reply. So I'll just better, because big. So, can you? Yeah, I just because I know that Councillor Erkins is speaking against it, so I just wanted to give Councillor Deneen a chance to at least voice her.
That's the mute one.
It won't turn off. Okay, now try. Turn off now.
There you go.
So Councillor Deneen.
Just foiled a cybersecurity attack. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Height, for those words, because I agree that I think our team are fantastic. They are always looking for solutions. When I spoke to Anthony, he said that, as you mentioned before, Kathy, it does keep him awake at night, and he explained that this security was manned 24/7. So not just the technical side, but it's actually manned 24/7 as well. So he believed it was very good value. And I suspect he's had quite a good look. I think that we're very blessed to have an IT team that are very diligent and really work in our best interests, understanding that we're always on a budget and that they're not going to throw our money away. So I really commend you to vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Erkins.
I'm not against it. What I'm against is not investigating fully. That's the thing. It is a lot of money, $35,000 for this year and then $60,000 next year. All I was asking is that we make sure that what we're getting is what we need. And while I have no doubt that our IT team are great and do a great job, these things are happening every day. Things are improving every day, and, you've got to be pretty on the ball to be in front of it, because the ones that are out there trying to get into your systems. So, as I said, I just personally think that it is a lot of money. We're trying to keep costs down. I understand if something gets in, as I said, but I would definitely prefer to see it investigated for the cost a little more.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Sander.
Just earlier this morning, there was a motion changed to investigate to accept free bins. And this afternoon, we're not investigating options to spend $60,000. Why would we not do that?
I think because of the 35 attraction, we were able to save the 30,000.
It's only 35 because there's only 6 months left in the year. Or 7 months. At the end of the financial year, it'll kick into the 60,000. That's the only reason it's 35. Because we've only got 7 months left of the year.
Good point. Yep.
Well, I would like to move an amendment that we investigate the we call for tenders, or investigate all cyber security.
So Councillor Sander has moved an amendment that we investigate.
Like we look into further opportunities or further companies that provide cyber security for cost effectiveness.
So that's been moved by Councillor Sander. Someone to second that? Amendment, yes. So seconded by Councillor Erkins. So Councillor Sander, you have the right to speak to this one.
Well, I think I just said it. Like,
When do we have to make it?
You dropped the 2 second and third dot points.
yeah, and just investigate. And seek advice from the LGAQ.
They might be able to get us a bulk price for all councils.
Councillor Erkins. Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Sander and seconded by Councillor Erkins. So Councillor Sander, you have the right to speak to your amendment.
Well, I think, like, I know, and I'm not saying that the staff don't know what they're doing and stuff like that. They do a wonderful job, but if someone comes to you with something and to provide it and it's easy and it's on the table there in front of you, then it might be the best option, but we haven't looked at it to see what the other options are.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Little.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, I won't be able to support this amendment at all. I have faith in our IT department that they are doing everything in their power to make sure that our council is secure from cyber threats. I would be confident in saying that they have done investigations and have found that this is the best value for our club with the best type of security. So I don't know, it's nearly lunchtime. Could we just lay it on the table till after lunch and we get Anthony in to tell us what he has done or what the team has done to get to bringing this to us?
So are you moving a procedural motion that we lay it on the table?
Yes.
Can I add to that though? Can we see that?
So,
Can we see it rather than be told?
so I'm just going to seek CEO Mark's advice because we've got a procedural motion, we've got amendments.
No, if you're adjourning for lunch, it's just the debate ceases for while we adjourn for lunch and then it starts again when you come back. So keep it simple, just adjourn for lunch,
So
Mayor.
we'll adjourn for lunch.
Yeah, I move we adjourn for lunch.
So,
And then-
so Councillor Erkins has moved that and Councillor Hyde has seconded that. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. Would someone like to move that we resume the meeting? Councillor Height, second by Councillor Dineen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We're moving back to item, which is the 13.4 on page 344, the CrowdStrike Falcon Complete cybersecurity consideration. So I've got Manager Anthony Bills in the room to explain the degree of consultation and to find out why we need this and whether you've gone to LGAQ, talked to other councils, just how much consultation. Thanks, Anthony.
So the investigation for the CrowdStrike software is a little bit different. It wasn't more about finding multiple vendors that can do a similar thing. It was finding one vendor that could do multiple things. And so when I spoke there at the workshop yesterday, it was more around the two things that stand out particularly, as I highlighted, was the Security Operations Centre that sits behind it, so the 24/7 monitoring in relation to whether we actually incurred an attack or not, and having a full team of analysts basically sit down and monitor that full time. So that was one of the big attractive reasons behind why CrowdStrike was went. And also the investigations were different because CrowdStrike having such a strong international presence with very, very large industries, like some of the industries they support, for example, to rattle off a few, Microsoft, Alliance, Royal Caribbean, Intel, the people that provide all the CPUs in your processors, in your computers, the Australian Defence Force themselves, Telstra, Bunnings, Kmart, these local other councils also use it too. Livingston, I understand, use it as well on their desktops. So that's particularly the reason. So at the end of the day, myself and my team are vested with the security of our council's network, and this report's come through more to give us the tools or give us more tools to defend that. And the pricing that come with it was attractive at the same time as well. But it is up to council in relation to the decision. So I don't know if that addresses the concerns, but I'm happy to answer any other questions or queries.
So my question is there, and I think I asked it yesterday as well, but wanting more clarification. So we've already spent the best part of $250,000 on other forms of security. Is it possible to morph some of them into maybe perhaps potentially a more cost-effective model?
Well, they each do their own particular action in their own course. So for particularly our Mimecast suite, I was talking the other day, helps us prevent our email actual threats and attacks in that space, and also archives our email for record purposes. Also web filters out all traffic and malicious sites or links to bad things. So that's what that product does. This product is different in relation that does that security operations I said before, but also adds the agent to your desktop, which basically detects a attempt to be malicious at the same, instead of actually saying, hey, you've got a virus, delete it, or go and see IT to try and get it cleaned up. It tries to stop it to begin with. So the products themselves are in a unique nature, and some companies specialise a lot in particular actions, and others like Mimecast themselves won't do what CrowdStrike does. So the opportunity to consolidate that is, they don't do the same thing. So there's not much chance there with that one.
Thank you. Any other questions to Manager Bills?
I was just going through doing a comparison and between it and Microsoft Defender. Do we have Microsoft that's included with our...
Yeah, Microsoft Defender comes default with your operating system, with Windows installation on your machine. And it's more like it's the base level, it's attached as part of the Apple package. This is more enterprise level security, cybersecurity actual prevention tool over Microsoft Defender.
Well, this says that Microsoft Defender is actually made for Microsoft. You know, if you're running Microsoft, I mean, this actually says that that's what this is made for.
It won't replace, Defender will still be in place because every Microsoft Windows installation you have has Defender included. It's just that it's got some shortfalls and doesn't have that, it's not as complex and as, its capabilities are not as, it's more like a bolt-on as a part of, with the actual, with the Windows actual purchase, not actually a specialised piece of software that actually defends us against malicious attacks.
just reading through it, but what this says, cost effectiveness with Microsoft. Microsoft Defenders offers robust security features at a competitive price point, especially when bundled with existing Microsoft licenses. The other one says that it, SMBS, is that what it is, will find the cost of CrowdStrike solutions to be on the higher end compared to competitors. So I just wondered whether there weren't some other options, because I mean, that's what they're reviewing it as, saying it's on the higher end, and they're saying that Microsoft Defender is, comes in with what we're already using.
So did you want to address that?
All I can say is basically Defender comes shipped with your Windows install, and it's a base level home grade, basically piece of security. For an enterprise such as ours itself, you look to firms that specialise in actually doing that to try and bolster your defence.
Councillor Height.
Will you sleep well at night if we got this protecting the assets of council?
Yeah, it will help.
Councillor Little, I think, was next. Or was it Councillor Potter? Or so Councillor Little?
Okay, thank you. Anthony, I was just wondering, this CrowdStrike Falcon Complete, it's going to do security over everything that we have, so Tech One, all of that as well, so it's complementary to everything that we have?
It does all devices connected to SBRC's network. So any networking equipment that attaches and connects to the Southnet network will be the thing defended. Tech One's different because it's hosted in a cloud with its own protection mechanisms behind it that comply with legislation to, when they provide as a SaaS solution to the customers, it has its own set of legislation and defence and security principles that has to comply to be able to do that. So that's different in relation to the enterprise level software. But on our desktops,
so one's a software and the other one's hardware, basically?
No, they're both software.
Right.
But this piece of software sits on everyone's desktop, our tablets, our phones.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's what I
stuff.
meant.
Yeah.
So it helps protect the hardware?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, I'm actually just reading up a little bit more about CrowdStrike Falcon. And I've just since found out that it actually uses AI and a machine learning capabilities. So any new continuous or evolving threats, it actually learns, and therefore it's learned to defend against that threat. So next time that threat comes, it's learnt, and it's capable of detecting that before anything happens. So, I mean, the more I learn about this one, the happier I am.
Okay, so any more questions? Councillor Sander.
It says in here that the insurance companies recognise it and it could reduce insurance premiums. Do we have an estimate on that?
Not as yet, but is it LGMS? I think LGMS, the cybersecurity thing, it mentions in relation to if we have a CrowdStrike actual instance installed on our network, it should reduce, but we haven't actually asked LGMS yet because the security questionnaire was 3 months back, I think, so it wouldn't even affect this year, and it'll affect our next year's.
So are there any other parts of that 250,000 that we could reduce if we have this new Mickey Mouse one?
The 250,000 is a little bit of a loose figure. I was from it the other day. I still haven't actually gone through the budget and pulled out every single inventory and matted that exact amount. But to spend 250,000 on an organisation like us in relation to your cybersecurity seems like a small drop in the pond, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we are robust in our not doubling up on stuff and making sure that we can be very cost effective, because 65,000 or 60,000 is significant on our operational budget when we're struggling already.
If we sign up now, with it, and by the end of the year, or when it's, well, in 7 months' time, local government comes up and said, we've found this new what's name and we recommend it, how much does it cost to get out of the contract?
I don't believe we're locked into any actual long-term contracts
Oh,
with
okay.
it, basically,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm happy if we're not locked
Probably a
in.
year, like a year subscription each year, and you
Yep.
choose to renew it.
I'd probably
Okay.
be happy if we're not locked in.
Okay, so
Mr. CEO, can we ask what Mr. CEO thinks about it?
Yeah. Anthony and Kerry sent a brief through, and I agreed fully that it should come to council for consideration. And if it was up to me and I had the budget, I'd buy it.
so the budget is the issue. Yeah, well, you did say you found some other savings.
There is potential for next year, based on discussion so far, that there are some savings that it looks like that council won't have to have in its operations going forward relating to IT type items. And so there will be a partial offset, yes.
Okay, Councillor Little.
I'm just wondering if we can, take this to the vote, and I'd like to go back to the original motion. How do I go about saying that, doing that?
So the amendment is the investigation. So the way that you go back to the original motion is you vote this one down and then you go for the other one. Okay, so the amendment is that we investigate the implementation of CrowdStrike, Falcon Complete and other security options and seek advice from the LGAQ. That was moved by Councillor Sander and seconded by Councillor Erkins. Everyone's ready to vote. Councillor Sander, did you want to exercise your right of reply? All good? So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Sorry, your motion has been defeated 1 vote to 6. Okay, so now we're going back to the original motion. So that was moved by Councillor Dineen and seconded by Councillor Little. South Bennett Regional Council approved the implementation of CrowdStrike Falcon Complete. 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to finalise any contracts associated with this subscription. Approve an additional operational budget allocation of $35,000 for the 25-26 year to be included in the second quarter review. So that was moved by Councillor Dineen. Did you want to speak to it?
Just to thank Manager Anthony for his information and all the work he's done towards this. And I think we've probably said enough.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried 6 votes to 1, with Councillor Sander voting against that one as well. Okay. Thanks, Manager Anthony. We're moving back to the motion, which is on page 297. And that one there it's actually on 298. And that one there was moved by Councillor Sander and seconded by myself, that South Bennett Regional Council accept the negotiated decision request for development permit, that one, Mullers Lane, Mergen. So, Councillor Sander, you were asking for some additional information. Oh, do we need to lift that from the table? So, did you want some additional information, Councillor Sander?
I believe that it probably should be read through the meeting, so it's documented. But yeah, we've received that over lunch.
Okay, so we've got. So is it the original 3 dot points, or have they been modified?
So, Mayor, if I may, so the original 3 dot points that were left on the table hadn't been fleshed out. So they were the 3. So after much discussion and assistance, thank you all over in that end of the room. They were the 3 bits that have been negotiated over, so they've been fleshed out. So the other bit that was missing, that when it was left on the table, was the statement of reasons. And so the original statement of reasons because it was a council decision against the recommendation at the time. So the original statement of reasons still stand. So we've added those in. So if you go back up to the top point, Danielle, and then councillors work through them to make sure that it's been captured what you're after as far as, but these are the only three, and I'm looking over there, these will be the only 3 points of the previous decision notice that will change, correct?
Through you, Mayor, the buffer conditions, the road upgrade and water supply with the property note, as long as the property note is included there as well as being deleted.
So did you say it's been deleted and it should be included? No, it's,
So, Madam Mayor, so the property note is one of the conditions that was in there originally that was now to be deleted because the water connections are now, there's conditions in there to be able to do it across both lots. So there's a property condition that now, or property note that now can be deleted because that's not relevant anymore.
so that's all fine and it's as presented. Okay, so Councillor Sandon?
I want it recorded that I don't agree with the 100 mil, like moving, I agree with extending the 100 mil, but I don't agree with moving all the existing connections to the end of the 100 mil, because I believe that's going to restrict it more.
Isn't there in brackets where required?
It's got there, yeah, including, so ENG 9 states that including reinstatement of the existing connections.
But that was, Manager Simon said it needs to be where required. He wanted that extra wording in there.
Oh, yeah. So through you, Madam Mayor, so it needs to stay how it is because what he'll do is he'll design and construct the extension. He'll have to disconnect the properties, put the new pipe in and reconnect those properties to that pipe. So that will be part of the process. They will need to be reconnected as part of that process.
So it's not where required, he has to do it.
You
That's the
will
difference.
have to do it. That's correct, Sam.
Through you, Mayor. So with the extension of that water main, I think it's gone from 150 to 100 mil. There are existing connections on that water line. So with the applicant doing the extension, they will have to disconnect the existing connections that some of those properties have access to, and then it'll be reconnected as part of his extension, and all of that will form part of your operational works when the applicant actually does the water line extension.
So in the negotiated decision, was he aware of that?
Yes.
I don't think he'll have a problem with that. But my concern is if there's already 5 connections, because I remember they said there was going to be a bottleneck there. If we put 2 more services on that line, it was going to bottleneck it. Like a point where it's going to not work. But now they're extending it and reducing it to 100 mil. My concern is that defies that logic.
So General Manager Aaron, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, through the Mayor. So I did speak to Adam about this yesterday. So this will be subject to a design by the RPQ for water. So it's done a preliminary of that. I raised the same concerns that Councillor Sanders raised. Adam's view at the moment is that because that water main will be extended for a period, then there'll be some, they don't believe it'll impact on those services. To give council satisfaction, I could suggest to council, subject to if Sam's happy, including reinstatement of the existing connections to the 100 millimetre diameter or 150 mil diameter as directed by council. So the design will go to Adam and Steve Carroll to check, and if they're not satisfied, they think there's an impact on those services being reconnected, then they can remain there. If they're satisfied that it won't, reduce service to those people, then it can go on to the 100 mil. So it gives you discretion to do that.
So you put in the brackets including reinstatement of the existing connections
to the 100 millimetre diameter water main extension it should be 100 millimetre diameter water main or 150 mil water main as directed by council.
So, Councillor Sanders, does that answer your concerns?
Probably not, because the council are the ones that said that they had to be moved to the 100 mil.
But what, but that was the planning department. Now, what General Manager was saying, that Adam was going to review it, have a look at it, and then they will work with that component of it, as opposed to just putting in a condition based on what the planners have said. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the mayor. So Adam's actually across the original condition. So
Oh, okay.
he's of the view at the moment that they would be connected to the 100 millimetre, subject to them receiving a design from the proponent's engineer to say that they'll be satisfactory. So you're putting it there to, at the end of the day, it'll be Adam or Steve Carroll who will designate where they go to based on an engineering report that's presented to them.
So, Councillor Sanders, are you happy with it to progress?
Yep.
Okay, so it's got the change to that wording. So we've got the motion. It's been moved by Councillor Sander and seconded by myself. Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving back to the item 14.1, which is road naming of Bridget Carroll Road, Kingaroy, on page 346. So the officer's recommendation is that South Platte Regional Council adopts Adlam Drive as the new road name for the subdivision being constructed off Bridget Carroll Road, Kingaroy, in relation to decision note number RAL 24/0001. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Councillor Potter, did you want to speak to that one?
I certainly would love to speak to this one. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the Adlam family has been in Kingaroy for many, many years. I think whether that was a property that they got many years ago, I don't know, but I know in 1952 that old Mr. Adlam won the State Dairy Farm contest, and that was back in 1952. So, and Harold Adlam himself has been involved with our community. And in 2021, he was given an award for doing 36 years at the Heritage Museum, which actually started out as the Kingaroy District Historical Society. So he's been giving to our community for many, many years, and I just personally believe his property is just up the road from where this new development is, and I just think to have it named after the Adlam family, I think is just it's poetic. It's perfect.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Dineen.
I just wanted to add to that. Thank you very much. I think it's actually very appropriate because the Adams still run their farm ups and downs, and they're still milking 20 cows.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, any other questions, comments? Councillor Erkins.
We're just looking at the report. The applicant has requested that council considers the following names of this road.
Yeah, we know.
So we're just overruling them.
Yes, and it's like we did with
I know, but we had a few choices. We investigated, it just didn't come in and...
No, just similar to what we did in Blackbutt last month, where we chose the names from the list of names for Division 2.
There's a list there.
What the policy actually says that the relevant staff will work with the divisional councillor, which has happened.
All right, okay.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Any other questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we've done 14.2. We'll move on to 14.3, investigate the removal of weeds and planting of trees on lot 3331. And that's on page 354. And that is item 14.3. So the officer's recommendation is that South Platte Regional Council investigate community access to lot 331 FY578 Kingaroy Burrendown Road, Kingaroy, to establish koala habitat through the removal of weeds, slashing of long grass and planting of suitable trees. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Linda, and seconded by Councillor Dineen. So any discussion? So Councillor Height.
I'm not moving. Okay. I think this is a great initiative. We as everyone knows, we had quite a lot of community pushback on clearing some trees in that area. So I'm happy to do this, but I feel that the community are very invested in this this idea, and they've, you know, the ones who proposed it. So I am keen that they should manage it, and we should allow the community group there to manage it, and not involve council. We just let them have it and let the community group manage the you know, the trees, the watering, and all the rest of it. I think they would be happy to do that. They're very committed to koalas, so let's let them do that.
So as part of that, it's actually an old landfill site, so there is a bit of concern around that, and I think that's what needs to be part of the investigation as to whether we can have the public access that land. I think that needs to be considered, and also there is no water there, so there was some. If we were going to go ahead with it, there'd have to be water put on. So we'll have to do an investigation as to the cost and where we can have community involvement and where we can't, and if it's possible to at all to have public access to that site. So is that correct, Manager Leanne? Did you just want to comment?
Yeah, that's correct. We'll investigate those matters and bring a report back to council for council's consideration. Yeah.
Councillor Erkins.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to make sure that everyone's had the opportunity. Over lunch, an email came in advising us that the Department of Natural Resources had investigated the... Oh, okay. That's all I wanted to say. Okay.
Oh, so
an email came in.
So CEO Mark is stepping out because he's a neighbour to the what's Councillor Erkins is going to mention.
Quickly. So just that a letter had come in from the department on the clearing at Tabinga, and you know we copped so much criticism, which I feel was totally uncalled for, and we have now got correspondence saying the Department of Natural Resources has investigated and no illegal clearing has occurred, and there would be no further action by the department. And I'd also like to remind anyone who's watching that they actually cleared 8% of the site. So there's still 92% of the site left for native wildlife. So, and one of the reasons why I'm bringing it up is because, again, let me say, and I'm still getting, I'll try and word it nice, rubbish on Facebook, accusing us of not caring about our environment, and I think it's very, very, it's wrong, it's uncalled for, and it's by people who sit behind faceless names on Facebook and sit there spewing forth their opinions on things, and I just want to make mention of that. I mean, we're looking at just the cost of investigating what we're going to do is not cheap, and ratepayers will be paying for that. And I'm not saying I'm against it. I support it, but I just want to draw attention to the conservationists or the koala concerned people that, their abuse, and a lot of it was abuse, their lies, and a lot of it were lies, were totally uncalled for. And I, for one, did not appreciate it. And I think we do, as a council, do our very best. And this letter shows that we were, there was nothing we could do, nothing illegal was done. So I just want to draw attention to our community about that.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Sander.
Will it be safe to actually either one, have people, the public on there, or two, go drilling and testing or digging for tree holes to plant trees if there's methane deposits under the ground.
So that's the investigation. That's what we're doing. Investigating it. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think this is wonderful, but when we had a meeting with them, they also mentioned something about the waterway on that block of land and how they'd like to sort of rehabilitate that a little bit as well. So should that be as part of this as a dot point, or does it need to be? Because they did mention that in the meeting, and on whether that's something that we can look at as well.
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly when we carry out the investigations, we'll be looking at all of the features on that allotment. So we'll take that into consideration, the waterway, tracks, other aspects. Yep.
Thank you. So are we ready to vote on this one now? So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Might ask CEO Mark to come back in. Thank you. So we're moving on to item 14.4 on page 356, and that's the additional capital works funding for repairs to Proston Library. So the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council approves Proston Library upgrades in conjunction with the flood damage remediation insurance works and reallocation of $100,000 from the Building Capital Works Program 25-26. Would someone like to move that one? Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Sander. Any discussion? Councillor Sander.
I think, can we get Manager Leanne just to fill in for the details of it and where the money's going to come from and how it come about?
Thank you, Manager Leanne.
Yep, sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, just an update on this project. We've actually had a storm event out at Proston that caused significant damage to the Proston Library and the office. So for some time now, we've actually had to temporarily relocate to the Proston Hall. So thank you to the community for just bearing with us. We're working with our insurance provider to actually go through and repair the flood damage that has occurred through that building. We've also made some changes to future drainage around the adjoining allotment at the rear of the property. Those works have been done. We've also worked with the project manager to remove the asbestos out at the Proston Library at the asbestos ceiling at the same time that we actually removed the asbestos walls. So the entire building now is actually free of asbestos. But unfortunately, when we undertook those works, there was some additional cost and additional scope just because we found additional asbestos in some of the other rear rooms of that building. So what we've done is brought a report back to Council for your consideration. There is still works to be undertaken under the insurance claim. So that's being quoted up to about approximately $150,000 worth of works. But when we go back in there, we'll have to also ensure that there's a ceiling replaced and also a new counter for our staff. So what we're proposing is that we actually do an upgrade to the counter for the Proston office. And that would allow that we have an appropriate, up-to-date facility to keep our staff secure. So it would be something that would have a higher level counter. It would have security measures in place, things like duress buttons, swipe cards, an area that's lockable for our staff member to actually be secure in. We'd also move some of our IT equipment to the rear of the building and some additional power points. So we've costed that up and got a quote back from a supplier. It's an additional $100,000 worth of works. So we have been able to work through our capital works project, looked at some of the projects that we have completed this financial year so far and found some savings. So thank you to the facility staff to get those savings in place. We have identified that the Mergen Depot fence has actually been funded under a Secure Communities grant, so there's a $50,000 saving there. We've also got a $20,000 saving at the Mergen Toddler Pool and a $30,000 saving at the Mergen Skate Park amenities. So those funds we're suggesting to Council to consider redirecting those savings over to the Proston Library, and therefore we would be able to complete the works at Proston Library.
Thank you, Manager Leanne. Councillor Height.
Yeah, just a question. That row of shops in the main street of Proston would all have been built together. So if there's asbestos in the library, there's asbestos in all of those shops. You know, everybody doesn't like asbestos, we all know that. But if you leave it well alone, it's fine. So is the library going to be completely asbestos-free, but every other shop in that row is full of asbestos? Like, do we need to remove the asbestos in the toilet? It's absolutely fine there. It wasn't affected by the flooding. And the ceiling, do we need to remove them?
Our recommendation is we're trying to work towards asbestos removal from all of our buildings over time. We're not saying that we're going to race out there and do every building today, because you wouldn't have the budget for it. But when opportunities present themselves with buildings where we have got significant damage, in this case we did at Proston to the walls and part of the ceiling, we would recommend, and we did recommend to Council, to remove the asbestos at that point in time. It also helps with the project, because then you've got a high-risk project and you've got contractors working around asbestos. So if you can remove all of that from a project site, the project site is much safer. And now we can guarantee and ensure that we have no asbestos in that building moving forward. So going forward, any future contractors that go to that site, they don't have to worry about inspecting our asbestos report, working around some of those high-risk measures as well. So this has been a good outcome for Proston. Or Proston Library. I cannot comment on what is in those other private buildings. That's not something that we have inspected or looked at.
So I know from my experience with having been involved in those shops that they actually have done a lot of renovation and painted them all. So I think that they're probably, have ticked all the boxes as far as I don't think there's any asbestos. Like when we went to have a look at the Kingaroy Showgrounds, that building, you can see there's high risk. I think that they're all maintained, those buildings, through that whole process with the shops. So I think that we don't have to worry about them not looking after those shops going forward. Councillor Sander?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Manager Leanne for sorting that out and finding those, having those savings or working hard towards retaining that. But it is just a shame that, you know, for a town like Proston that we have to, you know, who in their day would have thought that we would have had to protect staff in Proston? It's just a shame that it's come to that point that that we have to keep our staff safe in places like that when they used to mingle with the customers coming in, and today we've got to protect them from them people. So
yeah, it is disappointing that that's the way our society is going, but it seems to be the way of the future, unfortunately. Any other comments, questions? You ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item number 5.1, question on notice community consultation on page 359. So that one there was a question on notice. The recommendation is that the response to the question regarding community consultation raised by Mayor Cathy Duff be received and noted. I'm happy to move that one. Someone to second that. Councillor Height. I'm happy with the response. Any questions, comments? Put to Councillor Erkins.
Sorry, can I just ask, well, probably another question on notice then. When are we actually going to see some discussion with councillors for where we're going with the plan?
The LGIP. So who wants to answer that? General Manager Aaron or Kerry? Thanks, Manager Leanne. General.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So the LGIP itself will go hand in hand with the planning scheme amendment. So once we've got our planning scheme amendment sort of bedded down, then the LGIP update will the updates will look at that under review based on what our planning scheme amendments and changes have been made. I will take that on a question on notice as to when. I believe there should be another workshop coming up for councillors, so I just need for the planning scheme amendment. So I just need to confirm when the team's planning on doing that for councillors. So we've got an update for you.
Yeah, just to further that, because I'm just a bit concerned that we really don't seem to have had much input into what is happening. And I mean, you know, one of the things that when I first come onto council that I said that that's what we're going to be looking at for, you know, where people can subdivide their blocks and all that. And we just don't seem to have had any input. And I don't, you know, I'd rather have an input before it's put to us than have to argue after it's happened.
No, we've had all those workshops with real planning. You know, they've come in here.
We've had one.
There's been two, I thought. Was it two? Two workshops with real
Well, I
planning.
must have slept through one because...
And they actually asked us to provide feedback and send through anything we had thought about. We spent a whole hours and hours doing that.
When?
Oh. Do you want that as a question on notice? I just can't remember when they were, but we had two.
I'll go back and have a look at any reports that have come from it because, look, to my knowledge, it's only been very broad speaking. There hasn't been anything, you know, about what areas we're looking at. Definitely not for Nanango. I haven't had anything.
Okay, so do we want that as a question on notice? Okay, you've got that as one. So now we're dealing with this question on notice, which I was happy with the response. So Councillor Potter.
Yeah, I suppose I'd actually like to have a meeting with regards to the LGIP and the plan before. I'd really love to discuss them all together because to me they go hand in hand. So if we could actually have that workshop looking at the LGIP as well as the planning scheme, I think. I
It
know
means
we've done
local
the planning scheme before and you say that, but I'd love to discuss it,
100%.
sit here and discuss it all together.
So it's a local government infrastructure plan, and I 100% agree, but maybe not with real planning, just so we could have a workshop without them because they
Yes, please.
make it very high level and fluffy, whereas we want to get down to the nuts and bolts. We want to talk about what we actually want to see and the infrastructure that we want to see. So I get that. We did have some meetings, but they weren't really getting down to the nuts and bolts of what we want to see happening. So 100%. So CEO Mark can put that in the list of workshops. Okay, awesome. Okay, are we ready to vote on this particular one? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is number 15.2, audit of other expenses on page 360. So the officer's recommendation is that the response to the question regarding an audit of other expenses raised by Councillor Heath Sander be received and noted. Councillor Sander, are you happy with that, to move that and the response?
Yes, Mayor. They're looking into it over the next couple of months to try and work out a better solution for that.
So Councillor Sander has moved that the response be received and noted. Someone to second that. Councillor Erkins. Any further discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next one is item 15.3 on page 361. The following question on notice was received from Mayor Cathy Duff. The recommendation is that the response to the question regarding SBRC and TMR inspection program for tree management raised by Councillor Mayor Cathy Duff be received and noted. So I'll move that. Someone to second that. Councillor Little. Any discussion? Ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now information section nil. So someone moved that we go into confidential. That's moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Dineen. So the reason we're going into confidential is we've got items 7 to, the officer's recommendation is that council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Item 17.1, workers' accommodation. Item 17.2, award of tender SBRC Q 25/26-43- South Burnett Circular Economy Planning and Design. Item 17.3, request to waive water consumption charges on assessment 20117 0000000. This item 17.4, Queensland Blue Light Association Incorporated, Nanango. Item 17.5, potential purchase of community health building, Kingaroy. Item 17.6, SBRC 24-20/25-21, preferred supplier road maintenance and reseal works. Item 17.7, Testmans Road, Kingaroy, acquisition of land. Item 17.8, quote SBRCQ 25/26-12, replacement report, patching truck 2029. Item 17.9, quote SBRC Q 25/26-06, report, purchase new traffic control utes. Item 17.10, award zone 1-7 sealed SBRCQ 24/25-85 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.11, award zone 7 unsealed SBRCQ 24-25-89 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.12, award zone 1 unsealed SBRCQ 25/26-21 to undertake flood damage restoration. Item 17.13, award zone 2 unsealed SBRCQ 25/26-23 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.14, award zone 3 unsealed SBRCQ 25/26-24 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.15, award zone 10 and 11 unsealed SBRCQ 25/26_25 to undertake flood damage restoration works. And then we've got item 17.6, award priority sealed works SBRCQ 25/26-26 to undertake flood damage restoration. Item 17.7, award zone 10 and 11 sealed SBRCQ 25/26-27 to undertake flood damage restoration works. Item 17.18, organisational development plan. Item 17.19, request to waive water consumption charges on assessment 20673 0000000. And item 17.20, waiving of building fees on assessment 40119-2010-000. And item 17.21, update on legal proceedings. So that's why we're moving into confidential. Favour, against, carried. Thank you. So welcome back everyone to our open meeting. So would someone move that we go back into open meeting? So Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Little. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the first item is item 17.1 on page 4. It is the workers' accommodation. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer under Section 2571 Local Government Act 2009 to enter into negotiations with RES for the purpose of entering into a lease for part of Lot 3 on SP 249643 for the purpose of short-term workers' accommodation. Someone like to move that? Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 17.2 on page 12 of the confidential agenda, and it's award of tenders to South Bennett Circular Economy Planning and Design on page 12. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, number 1, engages Fly Fuel Proprietary Limited, the trustee for the Bar Trading Trust trading as Better Cities Group, for the value of $199,800, excluding GST, for the delivery of tender SBRC Q25/26-43. And item number 2 delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate and finalise the engagement contract. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 17.3 on page 15, a request to waive water consumption charges. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council accedes to 50%, which is $2,039.03 waiver on the water consumption charges for assessment 2011700000-000 due to the extenuating circumstances. Someone like to move that? Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? If not, put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.4 on page 18, Queensland Blue Light Association Incorporated in Nanango. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to review and negotiate the Memorandum of Understanding from Queensland Blue Light Association Incorporated, moved by Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Next item is 17.5 on page 46. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council resolves to make an offer for the purchase of the Community Health Building, Kingaroy, described as Lot 1 on FY 2977 from the State of Queensland, represented by Queensland Health, and pursuant to Section 257(b)(1)(b) of the Local Government Act 2009, the Council resolves to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the sale, contracts, transfers and any other documents required to effect the transfer. Number 2, Council amalgamate Lot 1 on FY 2977 and Lot 2 on SP 345948 by way of survey into one lot. Number 3, Council to upgrade the switchboard in the Queensland Health Building to remove the asbestos board and make electricity supply compliant. Someone like to move that? Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Oh, sorry. Oh, what was that? Oh, sorry. I'll put it to the vote again. So that's the motion. All those in favour? Against? So the motion is carried, 4 votes to 3. And Councillor Little, Councillor Erkins and Councillor Sander voted against it. So the next item is item 17.6 on page 98. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council appoint RPQ Spray Seal Proprietary Limited as preferred suppliers for the road resurfacing and maintenance for a 24-month period. And .2, Quality Civil Construction Proprietary Limited, River City Asphalt as preferred suppliers for the road resurfacing and maintenance for a 24-month period. So someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is item 17.7 on page 111. And that's the Tesmans Road, Kingaroy acquisition of land. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate an agreement with landowners and, if necessary, commence a compulsory acquisition process to resume the land adjacent to Tesmans Road. So someone move that. Councillor Dineen, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.8 on page 119. This one is the replacement report for patching truck. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council purchase from Oz Road Manufacturing one Isuzu FXY 260-355 with an Oz Road Manufacturing multi-patcher body for $704,534.40, excluding GST. Someone to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 17.9 on page 130. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council purchase from Ken Mills Auto 8 Isuzu D-Max utes with traffic control bodies and 2 VMS boards for $473,067.36, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to purchase alternative vehicles if stock availability or delivery time frames are not suitable for operational requirements. Someone to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.10 on page 142. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, number 1, award Yesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust the contract subject to submission approval, SBRC Q24/25-85 DRFA Reaper Zone 1 to 7, sealed to the value of $1,497,813.64, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required, including any additional holding works and emergent works that may be required on the roads or in the vicinity. Someone to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.11, which is on page 155. The officer's recommendation. So this one is the unsealed undertake flood damage restoration works zone 7. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award the contract to Yesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust subject to submission approval, SBRCQ 24/25-89 DFA Reaper Zone 7 unsealed to the value of $3,499,082.18, excluding GST. Number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required, including any additional holding works and emergent works that may be required on the roads or in the vicinity. Someone to move that? Councillor Pite, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.12 on page 169. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council award Yesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust the contract SBRCQ-25/26-21 DRFA Reaper Zone 1 unsealed to the value of $2,235,000 $1,391.51, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required, including any additional holding works and emergent works that may be required on the roads or in the vicinity. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.13 on page 180. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council number 1 award Compact Proprietary Limited the contract SBRCQ 25/26-23 DRFA Reaper Zone 2 unsealed to the value of $1,108,348.34, excluding GST. Number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required, including any additional holding works and emergent works that may be required on the roads or in the vicinity. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 17.14 on page 191. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council number 1 award Brown Contractors Proprietary Limited the contract SBRCQ 25/26-24 DRFA Reaper Zone 3 unsealed to the value of $1,840,476.79, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required, including any additional holding works and emergent works that may be required on the roads or in the vicinity. Someone to move that? Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Number 17.15 on page 202 is the next item. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council number 1 award Purcell Civil and Construction Proprietary Limited the contract subject to submission approval SBRCQ-25/26_25 DRFA Reaper Zone 10 and 11 unsealed to the value of $3,338,922.59, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required, including any additional holding works and emergent works that may be required on the roads or in the vicinity. Someone to move that? Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.16 on page 215. And this officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council number 1 award Yesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust the contract subject to submission approval SBRCQ 25/26-26 DRFA Reaper Priority Seal to the value of $1,493,109.92, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required, including any additional holding works and emergent works that may be required on the roads or in the vicinity. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.17, and that is on page 226. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council number 1 award CGW Proprietary Limited the contract subject to submission approval SBRCQ 25/26-27 DRFA Reaper Zone 10 and 11 sealed to the value of $234,221.14, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate and adjust the contract value because of changes in scope and additional activities as required, including any additional holding works and emergent works that may be required on the roads or in the vicinity. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is 17.18 on page 235. And the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council receive the first quarter report for the Organisational Development Plan version dated the 16th of July 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. So I just wanted to say that I think it's really good that we've got this organisational development plan and that we are progressing with it, because it was a big deal to get the consultant in. We actually paid a consultant of our own free will to actually come into the organisation and have a complete look at the way we operate. And there's been a lot of recommendations have come out. So this is a report on that recommendation. So happy to any discussion, any other comments? If not, we'll put to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. The next item, Councillor Erkins is leaving the room. So this item is 17.19 on page 276, the request to waive water consumption charges on assessment 20673. So this officer's recommendation is that council... So the officer's recommendation is that council accedes to a 50%, which is $307.60 waiver of water consumption charges for assessment 20673 due to extenuating circumstances. So someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any discussion? Not put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. So I'll ask Councillor Erkins to come back in. So the next item is 1720 on page 279, the waiving of building fees. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council approve the waiving of building fees of $1,331 associated with work needing to be performed at 40119-20000-000 due to financial hardship. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. The next last item is 17.21 on page 281. The officer's recommendation is that council receives the report for information. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? If not, put it to the vote. All those in favour, against, carried. And that closes the meeting. Thank you everyone for who's still listening online. Thank you to those councillors, senior staff, and Danielle. And close the meeting. Thank you.